But let me see how the audio sounds. Crispy. Not liquidy. In case some shenanigans happen. What? Why is it live in the fucking video section? Why is it live in the fucking video section? Oh yeah, you do. Wow, it's actually not doing the stutter thing for once in the beginning.
All right, I think I got it clicked. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can hear me.
All right. Yep, you are live. Live and
Fantastic.
reloaded.
Oh yes, except I'm not gonna do some weird localization shit like Atlas.
Wait, what did Atlas do?
I've been playing through Persona 3 Reload, and it's really just a couple of like annoying things that they did, but it's unfortunately there are some changes that they made to some of the side characters that is kind of gay, but it's just
They took out
that's
the
just the
chick
way.
with a dick.
Well, yeah, which you know,
Bring back
well,
chicks with dick supremacy.
here's my thing though, dude. It's fucking like so stupid that they have to like
Well,
look.
it's a bunch of like fucking peacocking, and it's like it's just stupid.
It's fucking
Like,
stupid.
like they're trying to make themselves like holier than thou moral arbiters when at the end of the day people like this created the fucking Blizzard rape room. Like,
Yeah, the irony is something. This is a great level.
yeah, I love this fucking cutscene. But it's like at the end of the day, just like for Christ's sakes, like just leave history alone. Leave what was as it was.
Yep.
Don't get knee jerky after the fact, because there was never a reason to jerk your knees in the beginning. Why is there suddenly a reason now?
It's crazy.
It is. All right, back into the fray. We're starting on the ground running.
All right.
Oh, last time I played this, I actually got the achievement to like keep every Marine alive to the end of the phase.
Yeah. I'm just balancing out the headset audio because
You're good.
ladies and gentlemen, I think I already said this on a stream, but I do backup recordings now, even for the ones that Fred's doing.
Yeah, because of the shen. Oh, I forgot. I changed the fucking skin of my pistol. Oh, it's all purple now.
Fred, when you inadvertently delete 20 streams that you
It,
did,
it kind of breaks your heart a little bit. I understand. I
Yeah.
can sympathize.
well, you've probably deleted streams, but I don't think you've ever deleted 20 by accident.
Well, mine was first figuring out the Twitch thing and like ending up inadvertently like losing streams because I didn't know how to save them. You had all your streams up and ready to go, and YouTube fucked you on a button click. That was entirely not your fault.
Somehow I've managed to stick my. You might actually have to kill me, Fred. Not in real life, but
Build
By
to
a tree.
determine content classification. It's adult.
I can't fire. I hope you can find my corpse or my standing corpse. Something
Wait,
wonky.
are you playing on controller?
Yeah,
Give me a
am.
sec.
And-
We're having horrible fucking shit. Like, Twitch is saying it can't define the definition of my stream being, like, adult.
What?
Yeah, I literally have everything. Mature rated game. Yeah, I literally have everything on the content thing selected, so I don't understand why. why Twitch is. No changes were edited, yeah. What the fuck is going on?
I don't know. You're streaming though, right?
Yeah,
Or are we
it's
still-
recording.
That's good.
Why are you just jumping?
Well, I doesn't show that on my end. Just kill me though, because my thing's glitched. I'm glitched into this tree and I can't move. I can turn my camera, but I can't move.
Dude, you're not in a tree on my screen. You're just jumping in the middle of a field. Let's restart the level.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's try this again. Oh, not now, Jack.
Did you restart it? Because I am still in the tree.
What is going? Oh
I
God.
believe that what they call silent
Still in the
cartography.
tree.
Okay, let's end the game.
Alright.
What happened?
I don't know.
Okay, you're back at the main menu, right?
Yes, sir. Jesus Christ. What the fuck
What
was...
an amazing way to begin this. Oh,
Hey, you know what,
wow.
though? Should I upload the clip of what I like? Just edit that little part out and put it up on the channel.
You know what? It'd be funny if you did.
Probably should. Oh man. All right. Well, I think we're good now. Did you say Mr. Tathered Jack Tathered is
Yeah, he tried to
contacting you?
call me.
I like that's a boss move to like actually make a phone call. That's old fashioned, but I appreciate it.
Well, I
ring-
decided that for an early birthday present, since he's having issues with his Xbox and I got my tax return, I'm going to get him a Series S.
Ooh,
Like, out of the
you're a
goodness of
kind-
my heart, and I'm going to gaslight him into getting, getting 6 Days in Fallujah when it comes out.
Hey, that's a good deal. That's nice of you, dude. That's well, and also
Yeah.
it's the gift that keeps on giving because we can finally finish Gears.
Yeah,
I don't
I
think
definitely want to
it-
finish Gears with you and Austin and Jack.
Yeah, it won't be the same though because even though he came in later on, he's kind of helped define that. You know what though?
He's a linchpin.
He's gonna show up at my fucking house with an axe and he's gonna be like, Ray, you gotta install Conan Exiles, and if you don't,
If you
well,
don't, I'm gonna kill you and turn your skin into a pelt.
You know
and
what
wear
I
you
do
around
need to
the
get?
city.
You know what? Tell him that I am gonna buy Tekken Tag Tournament for Xbox though, because I've been on a Tekken rampage. I bought fucking Tekken 1, 2, and 3 for PlayStation 1.
Yeah.
I bought Tekken 6 for
Discovered to believe
PS3.
that what they call
I'm-
silent cartography
I've got issues with
somewhere
Tekken.
underground.
Fred.
The cartographers
How you
have
enjoying
to
Tekken
lead
8?
us to Halo's control
I
center.
love Tekken 8. Now,
Like I watched a bit of
multiple
the
structures and
story on Wally's stream, and that story was so fucking off the wall, batshit insane. But that's just Tekken at the end of the day.
oh, it's beautifully insane. It's absolutely fucking bonkers, and that's been a series since day one. Like it's just insanity. You know what the sad thing is though, Fred? When your own mother can kick your ass at Tekken, even though you beat like the story mode.
Wait, your
like,
mom beat you in Tekken? Actually, that reminds me of like I was trying to play my dad in Killer Instinct like a while back, and he fucking wrecked me.
Fred, I only beat her once, and she's probably because you know like occasionally she'll come down and I'll play, and she'll just be like, oh, I'll play around, and like I've probably played like 15, 20 rounds, and I think I've won once.
Yeah.
So, and and by the way, that's even it's even worse. I'm using a fucking professional $200 fight stick,
She's
And
using a controller.
she's using a janky ass PS5. Yeah, Fred, it's bad.
Dude,
You know
like
what
I
is,
got
though?
humbled so hard when my dad and I went head to head on Galaga. Like one
There-
time.
They can't do the 3D games as well. People from like the Gen X generation, but like they can do those anything 2D. They can kick your ass in.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
my God,
Did it happen again?
Fred! I'm gonna fucking shit bricks because. Okay, I'm just gonna show you a video. So
What?
I'm recording.
So this is you in the tree. Because on my screen you're just standing there.
I'm not in the tree this time. I am in the cliff face, and
On my screen, it looks normal. You know what?
I cannot.
Let me see if I hit like hit the barrier and you teleport to me.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get you to unfuck.
Okay.
But
By going
everything in
away.
my
Let's go
world,
find the map
Fred, everything in
that
my
shows
world
the
is
location of
frozen.
Halo's control center.
Other than me being able to move around. All the enemies are frozen. It's like the movie Click. I sent a clip to group. I made curry, and apparently I have
Yeah,
some kind
I'm
of source
so
data.
I'm so far away from you right now, and you're still not like teleporting to me.
I am not. Listen, let's do this. End the game and promote me. I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna quit
There,
my
on a cliff
copy
wall.
of the game. I'm gonna restart it, and then I'll host the game because maybe there's some weird hosting issues shit. Because I think last time I technically hosted it, so I don't know if there's some retarded fucking.
No, last time I definitely hosted it. It's got the same
That-
like options I've got from last time.
Then that's.
This is super
Are we
weird.
Did we hit 10 minutes yet on the stream, Fred, so I can swear?
We're at 11 minutes.
Oh, there's some kind of faggotry going on
This
Microsoft
was
servers.
some sort of cock-sucking dick show. Oh, God.
Oh boy, 343. Fuck you.
Just the other day, like since like Wally dropped his video about Disco Elysium, I've been like kind of getting back into some of the shit that I haven't seen about Disco Elysium.
We might.
And
yeah.
as Harry, like this is not really a spoiler, but it kind of is because it's something that you may never see, but you could. But like, Harry King drops some downright like evil, like seditious, like racist shit. And it's like it makes you so uncomfortable, and it's like Jesus fuck. They went there. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. It's like one of those things where you immediately feel bad because you end up caring about these characters, but like Jesus.
There isn't like some fucked up server shit going on with
I don't know. Because like we made it across the beach and then all of a sudden like you glitched into the wall. Like I don't know, like I don't understand what's going on. Because like I booted this like directly from the homepage, so it shouldn't be fucking up like this.
I booted this.
kind of communist gobbledygook.
It sounds like some commie gobbledygook.
Oh, I love when fucking Norm Macdonald. Who do you say that to? Is it Sarah Silverman?
I think so.
One of those female comedians that made their entire like profit off and being a slutty kind of fucking fucking sex symbol. I mean, as much of a sex symbol as they can be, but then like completely betray that once they reach extreme popularity. It's amazing how many people do that though, where they're like super popular and like actually have some talent, and then they just shoot themselves in the fucking foot.
Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ.
Which is not Hassan Piker. He's never had any talent, yet he continues to shoot.
He's never put his foot in his mouth.
Do you want to? By the way, I'm back in your party or your match. So whenever you're ready,
Okay.
I'm good to go. But his newest, this is probably one of the most retarded things he said. Is he said my 9-hour streaming job is more soul crushing than working a real job.
You sit on your ass and walk out of the fucking room and make your fucking quinoa and dates while the fucking video plays, douchebag.
I know. I knew. I shouldn't have even mentioned it because I knew it was going to piss you off. But I just couldn't believe it.
Like, of course, the fucking socialist is like, I do nothing and it hurts me inside because I'm such an auteur artiste. Fuck you. Fuck you. It's just like
The
these
worst-
people never have to struggle for a goddamn thing, and they act like they have the hardest fucking lives in the world.
That what they call the
It's
silent
so
The wor-
cartographer
stupid.
The worst part is, even amongst the socialist commentators, he is probably the least entertaining.
A
Look,
baby
I
after
do not-
childbirth
The
could
island
die
has
from
multiple
fucking
structures and
whooping cough,
installations.
and this
One of them
cocksucking cunt
contains the
would
map.
say, I've suffered more. Jesus fuck. It's ready to bring it down a notch, but fuck you, Hassan.
I want Hassan Piker to like work in a Soviet gulag for a month.
Fucking Hamas Piker, the bloodthirsty war god, or whatever the fuck he wants to view himself as.
Is he?
So
I don't know
okay,
enough
on my
about him.
screen you're like near the cliff face. Is that where you usually are?
You see where I fade in? It's down by that big tree, but like
Yeah.
behind the shield. That's where it like goes. That's like a fucking.
So is it just because I'm running ahead and you're teleporting? I'll just stick to your ass.
Stick to my ass, Fred. Cream and scream.
I just
Fucking-
shot a marine in the fucking back.
Hassan Piker in the fucking prison showers. We already know what's gonna happen there. Pretty bad.
Oh, dude, that bushy fuck is gonna get blown the fuck out. His back is gonna get twisted like a pretzel.
Oh god.
What,
You hate
what,
this-
you,
you hate
what do you
this
honestly
shit.
think Hassan's gonna get himself arrested for? You know what? I think like as much I call him like a hedonist, like pervert who probably owns child porn. I think he's gonna pull
He's
a Shia LaBeouf.
pizza.
I think he's gonna fucking punch a guy out.
No, I think it's cheese pizza, Fred. I think he's gonna get cheese pizza. Now Vosh, unironically, even though people are, and I don't like Vosh because of hypocrisy, but it appears that even if the stuff he had might have been unsavory, it was not illegal. Which, by the way, like, I do not like the guy, and I think
Oh,
he's a
we
piece of
forgot
shit.
the
Okay,
we
let's
forgot
go
the
back.
warthog.
Let's go find the map
Oh.
that will show
Look,
us-
Yeah,
Say-
but look, it's working now. But let me just say this: I do not like Vosh. I think he's an unsavory piece of shit. I think that there's probably something bad that'll come out about him.
There's definitely something on his fucking hard. Like last night, like Shota was actually streaming Friday, and like he said something that was very poignant that I legit actually asked him. And I was like, why does everybody who bitches about anime and like lolly porn and hentai, why do all these motherfuckers end up being caught out for something?
Yeah,
It's because
do you know
they're trying to posture. They're trying to hide their fucking dirty laundry. So what's something no one can fucking like get behind? Obviously, like fucking fiction that depicts like disgusting shit. Like basically the closest thing you can get to child porn, which is lolly, which I still say is twisted as an argument. It is. It has a right to exist as long as it's not depicting a real person. It should not be illegalized in any way because it's artwork that isn't harming anybody. That being said, it's still fucking weird. I will admit it's still fucking weird.
Look, if
But at
somebody
the end of the
wa-
fucking day, if somebody rails against it so hard because it's the obvious thing, that immediately you should think, what is that motherfucker hiding?
yeah.
Because
Beef
you want to know what the people who like fucking jerk it to this shit do? They fucking hide. They don't talk about it. They don't say shit. They stay in their little corner and they go on with their lives.
Which, by the way, the other, did we both die?
Oh yeah, we died.
Oh, okay. The other big problem too is that they will like. I agree with you. I think like we can laugh at people that like lolly and like say it's disgusting. Obviously, it still is not breaking any laws. Therefore, we should just
it's
let
fucking
it.
weird, but it's not
Yeah.
illegal.
Inside that facility.
But the problem
as
is they
twisted as an argument it is. They're not hurting anybody.
the people that are on the censorship side. First of all, they like to move the goalposts because when they're
yeah.
not just talking about like lolly, like if it's like a scantily clad anime waifu, and
Oh yeah, like notoriously they talked about like the Dragon's Crown, like Amazon, like that was like a fucking like 9-year-old or something. No,
Or, like, what about-
it's a fucking giant buxom Amazon.
well, like even like an anime like fucking High School DxD. I mean that show's got a lot of fucking plot in it.
Well,
And-
actually, let's go back to that for a sec. Like, let's be totally honest. If lollies should be illegal, that means all anime and all hentai should be illegal, because 90% of anime and hentai at some point has a depiction of a high schooler in a sexual like situation. So
even
if
My
lolly
Hero
has to be,
Academia.
oh yeah, if lolly has to be illegal, then everything has to be fucking illegal. You want to play that fucking game? It's everything or nothing, motherfucker. That's always been my fucking stance. I'm never gonna change it. And at the end of the day, all this moralistic indignation, like, all I'm gonna say is, what the fuck are you hiding, pedophile?
Yeah, I mean, most of these people end up being actual pedophiles.
Every
Well, it's
single
even-
time. It's like clockwork. Like, say what you want about, like, the fucking edgelords on 4chan who's, like,
Don't let them lock the doors.
doing the creepy fucking ooh-woo lolly shit. At the end of the day, 9 times out of 10, the person who has the most righteous indignation is usually the person who gets caught with this shit and caught with worse shit.
They've locked the doors.
One of the debates I've seen pop up. First of all, I'm so ashamed to say I'm a fan
Yeah.
of Persona, even though it's a great series. But ever since Persona 5, like, people started getting into the series after that game. It brought in a lot of these tourists that don't even play the games. They just watch like fucking like. They just watch. They didn't even watch like full Let's Plays of the games. They just watch.
They
like,
watch the video essays.
not the good video essays, which I'm not a big video essay person, but I will admit there's good video essays. Like, you send me some, and I'll watch them. But, like, usually the people that are like doing the video essays on Persona are kind of like the half fans. Fans, anyways. They're not really invested in the series.
As soon as a person goes like, oh, Kanji is gay, Naoto is trans, it's like, you haven't played the fucking game.
Yeah, well,
Kanji is effeminate in Persona 4, but he's still a fucking man. Naoto thinks she needs to pretend she's a dude because she thinks that makes you a better detective. But in the end of their arcs, they're like, okay, it's okay for me to be a bit of a dweeb who likes girly stuff. Or Naoto.
Fred, they're even missing the Fred. I know exactly what you're going to say, but they're missing the point entirely. But like,
they're not even focusing on the point. They're just focusing on the idea in their head.
But Persona 2, like, legitimately had like a fucking gay ending. So like, these people are retarded that are acting like Atlas isn't like they're acting like Atlas hates them when like the fucking one of the OG games before this shit was a big fucking debate topic had that as an ending. So let me just say this, because what you're saying is completely true about Persona 4, but this is the point that kind of irked me, and this is what I've been thinking about, and it's something. It's not just something that the idiots say. It's something that people that are like me that enjoy the series and but want it to keep going. Like, it's like, well, are they gonna make one that's set in the high school or at college? And at first I'm like, well, I could kind of see that. But the more I think about it, first of all, it seems like the only reason they'd have to do that is because of these fucking sensitive cunts.
Yeah,
and
it's
the
like
second thing,
the first line out of their mouth would be to appeal to Western tastes, which you should never fucking do.
But then that defeats the whole purpose, because like Japan's culture,
It's
college,
like when people complain about like Japanese RPGs, and all they say is like, well, it's too Japanese. The fuck does that mean?
Yeah, but let me just say this, like, the second point is, like, Japan's culture, like, the way we treat college is how high school is in Japan. Like, in our culture, college is, like, the place where you have all these well-funded clubs, and there's, like, this incredible, like level of, well, not anymore, but, like, it used to be this incredible place of learning and shit, and, like, social shit. In high school, it's just a degree, you know, like, a fucking, like, oh, you're gonna need a diploma and shit. But, like, in Japan, high school is, like, the place. Like, they go to college later on, but, like, high school is the place that, like, everything's based about it. Like, that's their focus in Japanese fucking culture. It's always been that way since anime's been a thing. So, like, if you make there's no... First of all, also, like, the regular Shin Megami Tensei are set, like, have adult characters. Like, literally, the appeal of Persona is that it's a high school fucking RPG.
Yeah. You're meant to, like, get ingrained in the fucking, like, culture. You're meant to, like... That's why it's an RPG. You're playing a fucking role. Don't get hung up on the little details just because you're a knee-jerking fucking dickhead.
Well, yeah, and it's also like the localization. It sanitizes the thing. It's like, oh, we can't have a fucking we can't have a tranny in Persona 3 because the early 2000s.
It's like when they
boys,
took Uncle Ben off of Uncle Ben's Rice. It's like instead of like seeing this depiction and being like, well, yeah, but it's there. Like they're like, get it away. It's obviously racist.
So that's like the biggest thing that they changed was that like one section. But there's a couple of like lines from Junpei that they kind of sanitized. And I said, that's so fucking retarded and gay because the whole point of Junpei is that he's supposed to be a fucking like brash asshole. He's not supposed to be like this fucking like woke fucking pussy. He's supposed to be a brash asshole that sometimes makes you cringe in what he says. He's a lovable buffoon.
Yeah.
He's not a fucking these people don't like these. You know what these people? The problem with them is they've never had like regular interactions. So like their entire like frame of reference is based on this fucking padded cell world they've created.
Well,
like
their brains are just mush. Like they get everything like from media. Like they get every idea from like instead of real life they get it from like media that's so watered down and milk toast, and like then their brains are completely like destroyed by fucking porn rot, so they don't even know like how romance is supposed to look, let alone a like fucking let alone any amount of intimacy. It's just like fucking Jesus. Like I'm glad we grew up in the time frame we did, but unfortunately, like our schooling and our like maturation period, I guess you could call, ruined a shit bunch of people.
Shut down the security system.
Yeah. Well, and it's gotten worse.
Oh yeah.
Like
it's even worse with this next generation. Everybody says that, but like it's always true. Like you get the outliers who are like live and let live, leave me the fuck alone. But then you get like somebody like a fucking Hassan or like an Ethan Klein who need to stick their fucking dick into everything. And now you got this new trend of, hey, I'm gonna get this giant roided like fucking attack dog to stand in between me and you, and I'm gonna pick a fight.
You like that Jack Doherty or whatever the fuck his name is? That little
dude.
Cunt?
That and like I forget the other guy, but it's like the Sneeko looking kid with the glasses and the buzz cut. Yeah. Like when I saw that video of him standing on the staircase, I was like, imagine picking a worse position to put yourself in, like putting yourself on a stair below your giant fucking steroid junkie and having the guy in front of you at the top of the stairs. Leverage is a fucking thing, and that was a narrow fucking staircase. That would have fucking ended badly if that guy had grown a brain for a sec. And I'm not saying he should have attacked him, but some of these kids need an ass beating. Like Jesus, they should not be doing the shit they're doing. And it's because they don't think they'll get their ass kicked.
It's amazing because like the Paul brothers were sort of like the prototype of this. Well, I mean, this shit was going on before them, but they kind of brought it up a level. Yeah. Like they kind of kicked it up a notch. And now,
well, what's funny is like, you want to know my theory why all these kids are running around, like all these millionaire douchebags are running around making a nuisance of themselves, but they always have the jacked out bodyguard. They don't want to end up like what happened to fucking J Station, where he got fucking rolled over for probably being a dickhead.
What happened to J Station?
You remember that point in time where J Station came on like screen and like he literally had like a busted up face and like his eye had a busted blood vessel. He got his fucking ass beat because he's a fucking dickhead. But then he was like, guys, my house got robbed. When he probably ran his mouth on the street trying to like make a funny bit for a video, and somebody finally decided, no, I know you. Fuck you. And kicked his ass.
Look, We need to get Sean Strickland to stop making hot takes about the Navy SEALs, which was a stupid thing for him to say. But listen,
I
they
don't
need
even
to.
know about that. I just know that he kicked Sneako's ass, and I'm like, whatever he says next, I don't care.
Well,
he,
Fred,
he did the world a service.
and I agree. And he put a video out after that, and I'm like, okay, look, he said something stupid, but he also everything he says is from the heart. So even if he says something retarded, it's still from the heart. Now he said that too,
Oh, what?
and I
Oh
appreciate
my
that.
god! I forgot. I
This is a
forgot
very-
I picked a different skin for a warhawk.
This is a very effeminate warthog, Fred. Let me just tell you.
Welcome to Jurassic Park. Oh,
I thought this was a fucking zebra with AIDS.
I think this is like a puma or something.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. But
It's dumb as shit, but I love it. I love the game
Let me
once
just-
you do this.
But I like what Sean Strickland said. And he's like because he was going after Joe Rogan on one of his takes, and Joe Rogan's like, I don't know why these professional fighters would ever want to fight something that's not. He's like, listen here, you asshole. They want to fight me, and I'm giving them a show, and I agree with that. Like, look, I'm not gonna be stupid enough to like meet Sean Strickland and like try to fight him. But if somebody wants to, they're doing it because they want to see if they can take him, and he kicks their ass, just like Sneeko, even though he's a fucking piece of shit. He did.
I have no disrespect or ill will for Sean Strickland.
Yeah.
I would like to test my mettle against him in the ring. He'd probably piece me the fuck up, but you know what? I've always wanted to put myself in a situation where it's like a match against somebody, and I know I'd probably lose, but at least I have the experience.
Even when he says something a little bit messy, Sean Strickland is like an old school warrior. You know,
People love John Jones for years, and he was the same way. He was a fucking dickhead. He's kind of a piece of shit, but he was the best of all time for a fucking reason. Sean Strickland is cut from the same cloth. Now, I might think Sean Strickland is
He's
somewhat
a
better
piece of
person than
he is.
John Jones, but they're still warriors. And what are you gonna say? Hey, knock it off, or else you'll beat my fucking head in.
Yeah, like what do you expect from someone?
Obviously,
that's like
violence isn't the answer, and like kicking somebody's ass doesn't really mean something at the end of the day, unless they really deserved it. But like that being said, what are you gonna say to a guy like that?
It's just like the joke fucking Dave Chappelle made about Manny Pacquiao. Like, what do you like? Manny Pacquiao is a fighter. He's a warrior. He's not there to be your politically correct bastion of you know. It's just like,
well, it's like Manny. Like he actually also had the best take about Manny Pacquiao. Like he comes from a place which has been so like downtrodden and torn apart by the Western world that like most of its like male population has decided to go, fuck it, I'm a ladyboy now. And you thought he would have like reverence for these people who literally just turned around and showed their asshole to the world? No, he's a fucking man, and he wants other men to be men.
well, listen, my theory is the reason why Japan is okay with these localizers is their entire context is based off in like the Thailand, whatever the Thai place is, the fucking ladyboys there, and
Bangkok.
but okay, look, they hear that and then they have a picture in their mind, and then this fucking 600-pound slob that's got fucking pink hair and like fucking like a dilator shows up. I'm your localizer. My pronouns are they that.
Well, you know, I actually have a different opinion of that. I think, honestly, like, Japan doesn't want to do the job themselves, so this greasy fucking American comes up who looks like a fucking weirdo, but he's like, hey, I know how to localize this for the American public. And they're like, fine, fuck it. We'll pay you such and such amount of dollars, and you can, like, just go hog wild with it. And it was only until they started talking shit to the Japanese and talking shit in their own language that Japan got wise, and it's like, wait, you don't respect our fucking artwork at all. You don't fucking deserve this job. And then all of a sudden, these people, instead of like looking inward and reflecting, they're like, oh, look at how old-fashioned and backwards the Japanese are, because we're racist and we fucking don't care.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, like how dare culture be like snobby while wanting to protect its like integrity? Which,
Dude,
by the way,
they
look,
would literally watch like every fucking umpteenth version of like fucking Cuties and be like, this is artistic, this has a right to exist, and like wouldn't even bat an eyelash when people are like, yeah, but that's a fucking actual child. Meanwhile, Japan, however weird it is, makes its like fictitious thing that doesn't actually depict any real persons, and they're like, oh, this is pedo bird, oh, how awful and terrible. And it's like, motherfucker, do you hear what you are saying? Is there no irony here? You hypocrite.
well, the ultimate irony is that Japan is a culture that was even able to insulate itself from the giant imperial power of China for millennia, and they think that their fucking soy-filled, diaper-wearing, fucking furry, fucking fag shit is going to impact them. Now, let me give you. I'm gonna praise the culture that gets like a culture that gets shit on, which they kind of deserve because they're assholes. But in all honesty, the French are similar in the fact that, look, they might be pricks and assholes, but you never see, and they might even, especially about their language, they don't like it when someone doesn't fucking respect their language conventions. But guess what? I would rather have a culture that's asshole-ish and gatekeeper-ish than one that just lets anything in. I'd rather, like Japan, you know, they appreciate people coming to visit their country, but they also appreciate people respecting their fucking culture.
Yeah.
And it's just like, that's their practices. You respect what they do. If I went to a fucking Muslim country, I'd respect their practices. Now, I probably wouldn't go and
because if you didn't, they'd probably cut your fucking head off.
Well, exactly.
like honestly, like, bring back ass beatings. If you have an arrogant American coming to your country making an ass out of himself because he thinks he can, kick his ass.
I don't know how to say this in a precise way because I think bullying is terrible, but like
bullying is terrible.
But let me just put it this way: we've also like there's a difference between like bullying and the kind of like positive peer pressures that once existed among kids.
Well, it's like having a guy relentlessly beat the fuck out of you every day for you just existing. That's fucked up. That shouldn't happen. But
no, yeah,
like,
I agree.
Having like the fucking like having like the fucking jock who's in the boxing club go up to the weirdo who's like hiding in the back of the class, carving shit into his desk and being like, "Hey, knock it the fuck off, you fucking weirdo." Maybe that wasn't so bad.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, because obviously, like, bullying is bad, and, like, there's, like, it can cause a lot of fucking, like, long-term problems.
Well, the problem is, when we were growing up, the bullies were fucking sadists who loved to, like, pull shit just because they could, and they were fucking downright diabolical people.
That is
true. Who probably, like, if they didn't reform themselves later in life, who probably are now in jail, honestly, in good riddance.
Completely.
But the ones like back from like our like fucking like our parents' times, who actually like kind of like fucking built the body armor for how headstrong our parents can be. Yeah. Maybe bring back those guys. Plus, back in that day, like, if like, because my dad explains stories all the time where he got into altercations with people, and like he was allowed to like beat the fuck out of them. Obviously, he didn't tell the teacher about it, but after the altercation was done, it was over. Beef was squashed. Guy learned not to fuck with you anymore.
Well, and there's not any mass events. You know, we're not going to use the words, but you know what I'm saying. There isn't anybody going into a place and doing bad shit because there was like a pressure valve regulator, you know, back then. But like now there is none. But also, like, I mean, in like social circles, like these nerdy kids, like they'll have like a friend that's probably a little bit of a weirdo, and instead of being like, hey, dude, I don't think you're actually like fucking transgender or anything. I think you should Like instead of like being that
Well, the
positive
problem
peer
is, like,
pressure.
these guys never go to, like, their friends groups, mostly because that shock horror, don't take this the wrong way, unfortunately, these people don't have friends. That's
Oh,
why they
no,
get
I
this
ca-
fucking bad. But, like,
no,
these people go to a faculty who are fully drinking the fucking Kool-Aid. So, of course, they're going to say, yeah, you should cut your dick off.
Well, I think I will say I think there's some subtleties there. I would say that a lot of these nerd circles actually they do have friends.
Is that a
Like,
boa?
and I'll tell you like one example.
Ray, shoot it.
The fuck. Oh, hold on.
Yay!
But like well, I won't mention their name because I don't know if they want this take publicized. But like they talk about how like computer science circles are full of troons, and they're all friends with one another because these people like they're not. I think what you're saying is like they're socially isolated, and that is true. But when they are social, they're social with like the same mindset of people, and it reinforces their kind of like fucking hive mind mentality. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm like explaining it correctly.
Like they're like, and eventually they get like into these circles with more and more radicalized people until they're like legit saying, "Hey, you who sharpen your pencil with a hand sharpener instead of this mechanical one, you should die."
Well, but then they'll bring like regular nerds, and I feel bad for like regular nerd kids. They'll bring them into their circles, and they'll like kind of like basically like you want to talk about grooming? Like they kind of push these kids that are like socially isolated nerds, which still exist, even though like shit that used to be considered nerdy is more mainstream, like anime. But they'll push these kids into this shit, and like you'll have these completely like heterosexual couples, but then the guy will say that he's a they them, and then the girl will be like a he. So then it's weird. Like it's clear that this is just a heterosexual nerdy couple, but because of this weird pronoun shit, then they can say they're like part of this community because then they get to feel like they're part of a community, even though it's a toxic community. And like the people that they're associating themselves with are severely fucking like in need of help themselves. And instead of helping those, like that's what I was trying to say. Like instead of like the nerdy like heterosexual couple helping out like the one that's like thinks they're trans and like saying hey and like putting even sometimes like some like asshole-ish like peer pressure on them if they're a friend, just saying like I think you're fucking
it's like
nuts.
at the end of the day,
They
like
can't
nobody
say
ever
that.
tells these people maybe you shouldn't like trust a cosmetic like plastic surgeon to tell you, hey, I can make you a woman, because they fucking can't.
Well, listen, just call Keffels, and Keffels will give little kids fucking true medicine. And by the way, look, I'm glad that Mudahar's exposing it again, because he's a mainstream, like, YouTuber. It's kind of like if Critical exposed it. But, like, this shit was known about for years. Like,
oh, yeah.
It's good.
Like, and now all of a sudden that it's in the public zeitgeist, now all of a sudden it's all right to fucking talk about.
Yeah, which is... It's sad that is the case. But I mean, I'm glad
that
that
man
it
got
came
so
out
many
at some
kids to
point.
kill themselves.
Fucking cocksucker. I can't stand Keffels. I can't.
And
by
they're
the way,
abhorrent. Like, if you ever watch a Big Bungie video, like his most recent one about Vosh, holy shit. I was rolling from like part A to fucking part Z. Oh man, it had me fucking dying. Because he's literally like, he literally like just points out, hey, everybody's been saying this for years. I've been saying this for years. None of you fuckers listened until all of a sudden it was okay to talk about it. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Because y'all want to hide in your fucking little gilded cages and pretend you're all friends. Like, seriously.
Dude, it's so fucking, so many of these people are so fucking fake.
They're
Which
so
I told
fucking
you about.
two-faced. They're so fucking two-faced. And let me get off my fucking like shit about like cheese pizza for a sec. It's like just the baseline is fake. It's fake motherfuckers pretending to be friends, but as soon as there's blood in the water, they're all fucking sharks. Like Jesus. Like, I don't care. Like from Hassan even to fucking Mutahar, these motherfuckers are fake.
Well, I agree, but there's degrees. I mean,
There are degrees, but like it does upset me like when Mutahar has a legitimately good point about Ethan Klein and like just kowtows because Ethan says he doesn't want to be talked to like that, and he gave me a fat fucking check to stop talking about his fuck ups.
yeah, but I mean, I agree. I mean,
I don't mean to get so
sucks.
dour.
No, but I think this is something that another co-host said there's degrees though. Like I could still enjoy what Mutahar says, even though I think he's done some fucking stupid
Oh no,
shit.
I know.
But
it does kind of upset me when you can clearly see when they put on the mask.
Yeah. But well, I think even the YouTubers that we love, every YouTuber, even the ones we like, when they hit some degree of fame, it's basically like how
well they hire an agent. Like they all hire an agent and they all donate to the same charities that basically are just money funneling firms.
Listen, donate to the depletion.
Which I will never forsake. I will never forsake a person for like wanting to get theirs and just wanting to make that fucking money, but be fucking honest about it. Yeah. Like, just be honest about it. Don't say, hey, I'm donating to charity for a good cause. No, be like, hey, I want to just do shit. Can you give me some cash?
Listen, start a charity in the honor of your fucking your mother, but then fucking embezzle all the money, and then.
Are you talking about like fucking Aaron Hansen's horse ranch, which is basically just, hey, donate to my mom's house and I'll let you pet her fucking horse?
No, but yes, but also the completionist, he's still uploading videos. The guy's got brass balls. He put up a new. I've seen it in my recommended because I haven't subbed him.
Unfortunately, and forgive me for being cynical. Forgive me for being a little black pill on this. The completionist was never gonna lose his fucking audience. People were gonna fucking drag him through the mud. Yeah. Reasonable people would stop watching him, but he's still gonna have his millions of followers.
Which in some cases, there's honestly people that are just so. Which I can't even blame them. There's people that are just very disconnected from all the internet shit. Like that's why sometimes and look, I think there's egregious enough examples where boycotting a game is the right thing to do. But a game like Persona 3 Reload, there's no such most people that play that game, even though there's these vocal fucking faggots that are the ones that got the game to get these stupid changes anyways. But 90% of the people that buy the game aren't even fucking aware of any of the drama because they're not the kind of people that are on. And it's not
they're just like, hey, they re-released Persona. Wait, why is this missing?
Yeah, and then some of them get fucking red pilled from the experience. Which I will say,
it's what happened to that funny beach scene where Junpei gets freaked out because the chick with a dick hits on her?
But let me just say this: there's been, and this is not defending the fucking changes; they're stupid and gay, but there's been far more egregious examples. I think it's just look. Yeah. It's a popular series, and it's the people that are online that are aware of this shit.
Yeah. If you want to, okay, finish your point, but I want to say something after you're done.
But it's one of those things where it becomes bigger than the actual changes themselves, because it's a series that has been under the pressure of these centrist cocksuckers. So whenever there is a change, even if it's mild in the grand scheme of things, it becomes far more egregious to people that are aware of this shit, because this is indicative of what they want for the greater culture. They want people to not be able to express the viewpoints and perspectives that they have because they're sensitive pieces of shit. Now you take the reins, Fred. I'm gonna shut up for a minute.
Well, if you want to look at more egregious examples of localization mishaps and purpose fucking up and without any hint of irony or guilt that happens, just look at what goes on in anime. Most streaming sites like do their translations in-house now because of the shit that happens at Crunchyroll. Like, just looking at like all the fucking Zoomer slang that gets into shit, and when they purposely like just completely fuck up concepts or like phrases that a character is speaking just to push their fucking political garbage. Like, it happens all the fucking time. And it's at the point where people are like, yeah, I'm done paying for this. I'm just gonna go back to like looking for a fucking rip online. But like, the problem at the end of the day is like, if you want to actually like pay for stuff, it's all through Crunchyroll. It's all through, thank God Funimation's fucking dead. It's all through Sentai Filmworks ain't nearly as bad about it, but like there's like fucking studios like Aniplex, which way over torque the fucking price of anything they put out, to the point where you literally are buying box sets, like standard edition box sets for animes that are like 12 years old, and they cost upwards of $100 fucking dollars. It's crazy.
Which is partially money grubbing, but it's also because the streaming services only give the Japanese studios, and the creators get even less of the slice of pie. But like even the studios only get like pennies on the dollar for your subscriptions. So you're not like, people probably, and once again, most people that are on that service probably think, oh, I'm helping these creators. You're really not. The way that they're making money is
well, the funny thing is like that one in-house quote unquote anime that like Crunchyroll tried to make. What was it? High Guardian something. But like, High Guardian Spice. Sorry, I just remembered, because everybody's named after a fucking, such a fucking stupid show. It's so bad. But the actual like rage over the show, like, the show was fucking bad, but the actual rage over the show was kind of overblown compared to what people realized they were paying for. Because nobody paid for Crunchyroll to make their fucking fan project. They paid because they wanted localized anime streamed to them, like, every fucking day of the week. They wanted the brand new releases as soon as they came out. That's what they were paying for with Crunchyroll. And to hear that, oh, your money is going into this little cartoon that we're making, I'd get set the fuck off too if I was paying for it. That's why I fucking don't.
Yeah. I will wait for physical releases before like, you're honestly like fucking better off pirating, and then fucking once there's a physical release, if it warrants your dollar, then give them the money with that. And try to avoid Crunchyroll's store. You can find it on other places like Right Stuff Anime or fucking Play Asia, Amazon,
so
Japan.
at the end of the day, the only reason these people like do botch jobs like this, or like funnel money to make their stupid little like fan shows, like, the only reason they do it is because they think they can get away with it. They think they can get away with it scot-free. That's why somebody took like the Ecchi show, which is basically about this dude who turns into a dog who really wants to like fucking bang this chick. I read the whole manga. It's actually kind of a touching story, even though it's gratuitous, to say the least.
You were touching yourself.
It was touching my heart while I was touching myself. But like, literally, the localizer, the same one who fucked up, I think it was the Yakuza 4 like localization the first time around, to the point where on the remaster they had to unfuck it because they were dropping like this, like the fucking Zoomer lingo of the time frame, like the fucking 420 Blaze It shit, which wasn't even close to what the Japanese man was even trying to say. Like, that same person fucked up this ecchi show because she thought she would get away with it, and she thought she was being funny because she had no respect for the source material. Because who gives a fuck about this show about a guy turning into a dog getting stuck inside the fucking skirt tails of this, like, fucking anime chick?
Was that the story? Was that the story from like last month? That was like a big story.
It was a couple of months back, but yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, this bitch literally made fun of the studio and the people who are getting pissed off of it to their faces in Japanese. How the fuck did you think that was gonna go down? That would be like me going up to a German, throwing up a fucking German salute, and not the fucking modern one, the fucking one from the 40s, and not expecting to get my teeth rattled from my skull.
Yeah, well, and I think you'll agree with me on this. The problem for the longest time has been these people are the frame of reference for these often. They're often the frame of reference.
Well, it's because they're in the industry. Like, it upsets me to
They've
know,
created-
but even the fucking, like, the people who did the
Yeah.
original Dragon Ball dub, even they turned out to be fucking two-faced in the end. And it saddens me, because they're all friends with each other until they're not. And they all think they can get away with this shit. It's a tale as old as time. And the minute people buck back, they never go like, oh, well, we really shouldn't have done this. They're like, how dare you? How dare you? No, motherfucker, how dare you?
Yeah. Fred, where are these localization offices in America located?
Fucking L.A.
Yeah,
California.
L.A., San Francisco, basically West
Seattle.
Coast. Well, and Seattle tends to be, even though they're leftist, they're less leftist than like the fucking L.A. and San Francisco branches. And let me tell you, it's their
I'm talking
frame
like
of
Silicon Valley, like sort of dudes, though.
Yes, like that kind of like leftist fucking Google AI. By the way, which is hilarious, the Google AI, if you ask him to make George Washington, the first president of the United States, is now a black man, which kind of complicates things because he was a... What? Yeah.
That's the next Netflix show. It's not gonna be the guy from Dumb and Dumber. It's gonna be like fucking, oh god, it's gonna be Jamie Foxx and a powdered wig.
Well, I've always said this, and I said this on X. Google is probably the biggest evil in the technology industry. Like, people like to rip at Apple because Apple stuff is like overpriced and they're kind of snobby assholes. And I'm a snobby asshole, which is why I buy their overpriced shit. But like, okay, there's truth to that. But at the end of the day, how does Apple make their profits? Do they make it from ads? No, they make it from overpriced hardware, which I would rather pay for overpriced hardware and not be advertised to. Google makes their hardware cheaper. Android phones.
Sorry, I just realized the whole entire time I had my TV audio on. There's probably a horrible echo.
Hey, well, we can always put my backup thing like with audio.
No worries. I'm good.
But with Apple, okay, they've got a lot of problems. Their shit's overpriced, but at the end of the day, they make their money by selling you an actual product. Google does not make shit off an Android, the actual software hardware. They make their money off in scanning all of your personal data, and they make all their money off in advertising to you. They are an advertising firm. And what do we know about modern advertising firms, Fred? They're the most woke fucking pieces of shit around. So Google is literally the worst of both worlds. And their entire, like, magnum opus used to be Don't Be Evil, and they got rid of it. They got rid of it because they actually, and this is not to get fucking, like, down conspiracy theory fucking road, but Elon Musk said that he was talking to Sergey Brin, one of the co-founders of Google, who still has their hand in the fucking pot at Google, even though he's not, like, technically there anymore, but he still, like, controls the company. He had it was the last time they talked to each other on like friendly terms. He said to Sergey Brin, aren't you concerned about how AI is going to supersede humanity? And he basically said, I don't care. I hope that it does, and I hope that it takes over. So
I thought that was John Carmack.
No, this was Sergey Brin. This is the co-founder of Google. He said that to Elon Musk. They used to be good friends, and then after that, there was like a change point. Because he's what you call, and let me just say this, and then we'll, like, I don't want to go too much down this rabbit hole, but he's called an AI accelerationist. Now, I think AI has a lot of good benefits, but it also has a lot of detriments, so it does need some regulation. He basically thinks it doesn't need any regulation, that basically whatever negative social impacts it has, that's fine, and that if it eventually becomes sentient and wants to wipe out humanity, that's fine, because it's better than us anyways. That's his viewpoint on humanity, and that's why
way
Google...
more nihilistic than I could ever be.
Oh, yes.
Hey, Ray, you want a rocket launcher?
I do. That's also Sam Harris's viewpoint. That's why Sam Harris became such a fucking cuck.
Where are you?
I am like half a click this way.
What about
Is this
half
a
a click
rocket?
that way?
I'm about.
No, the rocket
two
one's a
clicks.
different color. Unfortunately, I don't think you get a rocket one in the campaign.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. You think they would add that in?
Well, they
I mean,
added it to multiplayer. We should try to play multiplayer, even though it's probably like just a bunch of people getting super fucking sweaty.
Where the? Oh, there we go. Hold on. I'm moving this out of the way.
Oh, I'm
There
sorry.
we go.
I didn't mean to work on that.
Oh, look, Fred. Fucking super soldiers in this game bashing the warthogs out of the way. And let me just say one more thing about the anime things. I've always said this. Once the Japanese studios are starting to become aware of this shit in a much more meaningful way, and my hope is that they just realize, oh, we can cut out the middleman. We can hire like the fans that know
I
Japanese.
forgot the fucking tank was in this level.
This is a two-person operation.
Did everybody just die?
Yeah, I kind of killed some of them, but
Did you kill the Marines?
well, Fred, they were just gonna get in my. I did order the code red. You're goddamn right.
Wait, is that from Rules of Engagement?
No, Few Good Men.
Oh, okay, that's the okay. Shauna, Freudian slip. I'm not gonna finish that. I'm not gonna finish that thought now. I'll let that one stew.
I want like.
Rules of
like,
Engagement is a good movie, though. Samuel L.
Yeah,
Jackson's in it. It's kind of like A Few Good. In fact, it's probably the same idea of A Few Good Men.
I want like a. I just fucked this all up, Fred.
You're good. Where are you?
I want like a. Right here. Right here.
Okay, let's go back to the. Ah!
Yeah, let's go back to the Warthog. But what I was gonna say is I want like the Avengers of like these morally suspect military characters, like fucking Jack Nicholson's character in A Few Good Men, the drill sergeant from Jarhead, the drill sergeant from fucking
Oh, you
Full
know, you
Metal
stupid
Jacket.
fuck! You would have been fine if you kept your fucking head down. Now look at you! You're fucking dead!
Which, by the way, look.
I
know.
know. Fuck all these other Oscar cocksuckers. How did Jamie Foxx not get an Oscar for that fucking movie?
He didn't suck enough executive cock.
Oh.
Yeah.
Remember that story where like a fucking like Hollywood like mogul like walked up and just grabbed Terry Crews by the dick and said you can't do anything about it? And then
Yeah.
like when he told everybody the story, everybody jumped down his fucking throat about it. Like how fucking two-faced Hollywood, Jesus.
It's really sad when the people that try to keep like their decency end up like getting like shit on.
Yeah, I don't even yeah, like Terry Crews has never struck me as like a bad like guy. He's kind of like fucking he's kind of like Shaq or Henry Cavill. He's just a jacked dude who loves to have fun in his movies. And like
Yeah.
like the fact that like so quickly everybody turned on him for having his own Me Too story when it was supposed to be all about the women just showed that that fucking movement was dead before it even started.
Yeah, and all the Me Too movement did was basically affect.
Yeah.
The people. It just affected regular relationships. Like nobody asks people out in person anymore because it's
Yeah.
too
Well,
it's too
like,
awkward.
Everybody is too terrified to form a connection because they're worried that they're gonna get a fucking crazy opportunist who's gonna fuck them over. And I understand that that is not gonna be the case 90% of the time, but the issue is nobody in the world wants to take that chance and get the 1%, cause you never fucking know, and it's sad.
And by the way, not to sound like a MGTOW, I'm not a MGTOW, which I don't think anybody's even said that phrase in like 10 years. But like,
Oh god, that's a movement that fucking died hard.
well, they didn't. The problem is they didn't die hard; they died soft. But Look, I mean, the problem is too, like, yeah, there's like the Jordan Peterson kind of like, oh, clean your room, Bucko, and advice does have some like meaning to it, but you know, like when these fucking boomers give that advice, which he's kind of a boomer, he doesn't realize the climate of like modern fucking relationships and shit, and he thinks it can be fixed with just going back to tradition. But the problem is, the other gender, women, not to sound like Andrew Tate, but they don't care about tradition anymore. They don't care. I mean, not in general.
Well, then they've gotten completely brainwashed into like, and I'm not saying like having a career is a bad thing. I'm not saying that you shouldn't like focus on yourself. In fact, that's what most men in the world are learning like recently. Before you get into a relationship, you should really learn to love yourself. Like, and that's the most important fucking thing in the world. And like, unfortunately, it's gotten to the point where it's actually kind of inverse. Like, men are super happy being alone and by themselves and learning how to like just take care of themselves and make themselves into a better person. Meanwhile, unfortunately, women have been told, oh, you don't have to try, things will just come to you. Where, like, I'm pretty sure, like, not even 10 years ago, people had the opposite opinion of, like, how, like, things were kind of reversed in people's opinions. Like, things just came to men, and women just had the best times being by themselves, taking care of themselves, and waiting for the right one to come along. It's completely flipped, and it's actually kind of fucking funny. I'm not saying it's a good thing. In fact, I'm very sympathetic to anybody who's in a situation where they do want like a sort of relationship, but for one, want to take care of their shit first before dropping it on somebody else, but also don't want to get into a situation where they're done taking care of themselves, but now all of a sudden they got to take care of this other person who doesn't know who the fuck they are.
But there's also like a weird selectivism that has happened with women too, and women have always been selective in their partners. Like, that's just like part of biology. But it's like this very hyper selectivism where like you have like these OnlyFan ethos who are like I think a lot of women kind of, even if they say that they don't like them and that they're whores, I still think that there's some of that like contagion rubs off on them, because the entire dating scene, unless you're like wealthy and attractive or both, is basically non-existent for like Gen Z. Like, Gen Z is the most sexless generation in human history, and it's because
Tinder completely fucked it up, though.
Well, that's true too.
Nobody knows how to be comfortable in a public situation on their own, and nobody knows how to just hold a conversation like with a stranger.
That is absolutely true.
Like, that's why I've actually like taught myself, like, hey, it's okay to just go out to a bar. In fact, I've become a regular, like, at a local bar. I just hang out, shoot the shit with the staff, and like shoot pool, like, on my own. And on occasion, I'll get that random person who's like, hey, what are you doing here? And I'll be like, you wanna play a fucking game, dude?
Hey, listen, I had a great social interaction today. There was an old fat guy at Trader Joe's who was amazed by the amount of food I bought there.
As in how little you bought?
No, Fred. When we go, it's
sorry.
kind of no, Fred, come on. But it was a great but mental interaction. But like, I could imagine like a Zoomer, like someone even like 5 years younger than me, not even being able to like have fun with the crotchety old guy.
Well, it's like unfortunately, most like Zoomers would either get really awkward and really upset by the intonation, or like they would get fucking livid. Like, they would take massive offense to even the accusation instead of taking it as a wry joke.
Yeah. He said, how many times a week do you get an order like that? And I said, oh, I come here 8 times a week, or 8 times a day, actually. I'm gonna come back in an hour. Like if somebody if there's a crotchety old guy, have fun with it. Don't be a fucking dick. You know, you can make a funny remark back to him, but you don't have to be a fucking overly offended dick. You're always gonna fucking encounter people that are in a crotchety mood. Because the bagger was slow and like it was probably that he made the remark because he was being held up. But it's like, okay, the guy's a crotchety old guy and I'm having fun with it. And by the end of the things, he was trying to make conversation about the strawberries that I fucking picked out because they're white. And he probably wanted them because he's probably got to go to the Klan rally and fucking. Yeah. But you know what it is? It's even like I went to the old school barber shop. They did an amazing job. I actually, not to gloat to my own horn, but they actually like made me look halfway decent, which is kind of a modern art miracle.
Your haircut is actually pretty fucking fresh looking.
And you got to shoot the shit because like you go to I used to go to the cheap places where they have these women that rub their twats on your leg, and it's nice that they do that, but also there's not much conversation to be had with them. But then when you go to an old school barber shop,
it's very fucking quiet.
Yeah, and I had to try to invent things, and it's not like you can shoot the shit like when you're with a bunch of dudes. So when you're in an old school barber shop, you gotta like shoot the shit. And I was mainly quiet, but then they were talking about like the Redskins getting rid of the Native American fucking iconography, and then the one dude there was Native, and he's like, that shit's fucking gay. Like he's like, I'm fucking Native,
nice.
and that shit's yeah.
Hey,
so it's like you can,
thanks for bringing that up. I liked Washington. They were my favorite team. That shit's gay.
Well, then I made the little comment. I'm like, remember when because it was at one point it was like the Washington football team. And I said to the barber, I'm like, it's gonna be like Seinfeld, where there's the restaurant that's called the restaurant. It's just gonna be the football team, the baseball team.
Well, it's like how you gonna change like from like the Washington Redskins, which is kind of like a commanding name. Like, even though it's racial nomenclature, it's still a commanding fucking name. Like, to the Commanders. That's something you would find in Blitz the League as a fucking joke, and probably be a Navy-based team where everybody's gay.
We already said Navy-based team, Fred. You don't have to repeat yourself.
Oh, sorry. It'd probably be a Navy-based team. Is that better?
well, you know what's even gayer if it's a British Navy team.
Do you remember fucking Blitz the League from back in the day?
Was that the?
It was basically the football game where you could like tackle somebody so hard that their testicles would burst.
Oh yeah. Which,
what
by
a fucking
the way,
great game.
They also had like a hockey game like that, and like it had like fucking. Basically, the best part of the game was actually the fist fight mode, which is something that exists in hockey. Yeah,
remember when games were just fucking fun?
Well, I remember when sports games were just fucking fun. So many sports games nowadays have become these dour, overpriced fucking simulators. There's no arcadiness in them anymore. Which there is like a market for the arcadey shit.
I'm dead.
And there's also you're.
Ghost don't get stunned by the plasma gun.
You said you're dead in the way that one guy that tried to rob that Asian grocer that got stabbed said, I'm dead. He actually did die though.
Did he die? I thought he I thought he recovered in the hospital.
I think he was I think he died in one case.
Well, this is going to sound callous, but if you jump the fucking like counter at a dude who is literally fearing for his life at that moment, and you get shanked to death, self-correcting problem. You did that to yourself.
Yeah, that's my thing. It's like
really, you should not be robbing shit. Case in point, you'll get fucking stabbed to death, retard.
I think he learned his lesson, Fred.
In hell.
It might have been like the last few minutes of his life, but he's like,
how do you know he was a bad person? He was just trying to steal cell phones to pay for a sandwich. How many fucking priors did that douchebag have, asshole? Probably a fuck ton.
Well, it's the best part is when they rob the Apple stores, which all of their iPhones are basically dummy phones, and they're like they have like insane amounts of tracking software. Because
I love it.
I was at the mall because I did the demo for their headset. They came out with a headset which is way overpriced, but it's a free demo. for the Apple headset. So actually, if you are interested in VR, it's literally the best VR experience I ever had, but it's like way overpriced. But it's a free demo, so I was like, well, I'm gonna fucking sign up for that because it really is the future. Like their vision for VR, it's overpriced. I'm fucking not buying it right away. They have to fucking lower the price.
Oh, right away.
Well, like when Jen...
I'm sorry. I don't mean to make fun.
Well, no, like the fucking original Macintosh adjusted for inflation would be like $5,500 in today's money. So like at some point, it's just like the original iPhone. Only rich people had the original iPhone. Now you can get like nowadays. Yeah, this fucking Ghost is a fucking cocksucker. But like nowadays you can get an iPhone for like $100, not a newer one, but still like you can get like a model of it. So eventually like their technology's gonna siphon down, but like the pass-through shit is like Ready Player One. It's like you can see that that's the future of shit. But I was talking to the guy while I was doing the demo, and it was cool. It's a 30-minute demo. You don't have. It's not like they're trying to sell it to you either. And this was the cool part. He knew that he's like, I know most people aren't going to buy this. They just want to see what the future's going to be like. And he said, and they actually interviewed you at the end, and they're like, what do you think was good, and what do you think we could work on? They actually know most people aren't going to pay $3,500 for a headset. They're basically, the only people that are paying $3,500 for a headset are rich assholes, developers, and fucking, well yeah, rich assholes and developers.
Am I not entitled to the sweat of my brow? You do not know what that quote means, you fucking dick.
Oh, I heard it.
Remember when he was like, am I not entitled to the fruits of my labor, when he bought a fucking, like, Lambo or... No, it was a Ferrari. He bought a fucking Ferrari to show off to his friends. And he, like, when people called him on it, because he claims to be a fucking socialist, he was like, am I not entitled to the fruits of my labor and my hard work? And it's like, you didn't fucking work. You turned on a goddamn video player. You dick.
I had to update VLC.
I have struggled.
Wait, Hassan Piker, my struggle.
My struggle. Oh God. Oh Jesus.
Well, in all let me just make my last point about the Apple Store though. When I was doing the demo, the guy was, you know, it was a really cool demo, but he was also talking about like the theft that's been happening there. He's like, yeah, this one guy's like just ripped out like 30 iPhones, which are basically duds. Like, yeah, they're test demos and they're tracked. So then not only did he get arrested for the iPhones, which was a felony, they basically, where he took them was basically a drug house. So he basically, the cops got 2 for 1.
Way to change the stereotypes, iPhone theft, dude. Of course you can get busted at a fucking trap. God damn it. Go to your high-rise $1 million apartment. You fucking asshole. Jesus fucking Christ.
The great thing
That's a racial stereotype. Stereotypes are stereotypes for a reason, and he's a fucking drug dealing, stealing dick.
But I also brought my mom for the demo because
what'd she think of it?
She really liked it, but she's also like, yeah, because she was also kind of made a really good point. Like, yeah, in a few years you'll have one that's like way thinner and like half the price. And I'm like, yeah, and I'm like, you know, but anyways, the funny thing was she was like, well, what if somebody steals this? Does this have theft protection? I'm like, well, that's a really good point, and I actually knew what they do. In like the headset. And I don't think any other headset does this, but Apple has to be extra about their shit. It scans your retina, so literally, if somebody, the only way somebody could actually use the headset if they fucking kidnapped you or they took out your eyeballs. So,
so wait, do you have to like scan your retinas to give it to your buddy if he wants to try it out, or do you have to like?
It has a guest mode, but basically it's like. It's time locked. It's
That's not gonna create fucking problems. You need to pay this much to extend your buddy's playtime.
But I think they. Let me just put it this way.
It should be an option you should be allowed to turn off, and
yeah,
that's it.
There's no planet where it should be $3,500. I will say though that they could justify selling it for $2,000 because I will say. you know me, I've had multiple VR headsets. I still use
Yeah.
my original Oculus Quest. This is a huge leap. Like the pixel density is insane. Like you can't make out an individual pixel. It's fucking insane. But they're charging an arm and a leg because they know that the people that are going to buy this are the kind of people that are willing to pay an arm and a leg. I just hope that they realize in a few years, like, oh, we can now make it for like, you know, like it's going to be a while before we get one for like $300, but like even if they brought it down to like $1,000, like so many more people would buy it, and like, you know, I do think that VR, as long as there's like safeguards and like people don't. The problem is I love VR, but I also know once it becomes ubiquitous, people are going to become retards about it the same way like the internet people became retards. Like I love the idea of it, but I know that there's going to be a great Wild West period for like 10 years, and then all of the fucking stupid cocksuckers are going to get involved.
And then there's
going
to be lawsuits over trauma from digital murder.
Oh. We can't allow digital porn anymore. We can't allow Senran Kagura.
No, my titties!
There hasn't been a Senran Kagura game in a minute.
I thought, like, it was, like, a low-key release, but I'm pretty sure there was a recent, like, release in the series.
Was it on Switch?
It might have been.
Yeah, because it's
I'd have to look it up. Unfortunately, that's a game that, like, I legit actually thought was dead, to be fair. And then I saw, like, a picture of a new-looking game, and I was like, when they make this? Because, like, fucking Sony actually, like, legit did try to fucking kill that series. And it pisses me off.
I just hope that when if they see the success that Stellar Blade is going to likely be, I hope that wakes up the Japanese part of Sony, because like that game is probably the most.
I think Sony's way too embedded in California. I doubt much of that company's actually Japanese anymore.
Well, the PlayStation part of Sony is embedded in California. The actual like R&D shit is still in Japan, but I agree. Like, I still think it's possible for Sony to like go back to like how they used to be. But you are right that the hope is bleak at the moment, because ever since they shut down Japan Studio, that was like the turning point.
Well, everybody's in an uproar about this apparent like beach scene they put into the new Final Fantasy, like where they have like the ladies dressed up in swimsuits. But like apparently the rumor is, like, this is just a rumor because I've only heard it on Shota's stream the other night. But apparently the rumor is, like, in order to get
wait. Why is there? I don't mean to interrupt you. Why is there a fucking uproar over women in fucking bikinis? It's not like their tits are out. What is the fucking problem with these people? Sorry for getting pissed, but it's so fucking stupid.
Well, it's actually funny, and like I actually have another point about like why things are like body types in video games are so homogenous now. But like to go back to what I was saying, like the rumor on the rumor mill is like you have to legit trade another portion of your game like politically in order to like be allowed by these fucking psychos to put TNA in your fucking games now. But like that being said, like apparently another rumor on the like mill is like the reason why like body types are so homogenized in video games now is because in ESG terminology, trans individuals can't grow like proper full breasts, and many of the trans individuals who transition can't afford to give themselves like silicone titties. So that's why you see like one very bulky, very almost like male-ish flat-chested body type for most women in video games now, at least like under the ESG moniker. And it's because trannies can't have real tits.
What a bunch of fucking degenerate cocksuckers.
It's like at the end of the day, it's like these people are just playing into their own fetishes and like complaining to the world that the world isn't exactly like them.
Well,
and it's shut the fuck up. You're 1%.
Wait, by the way, Baldur's Gate 3, which is a great game, but they made sales off in that game by, oh, you can have sex with a bear, and people were jizzing their pants over that. But God forbid Tifa Lockhart has her big boisterous tits out.
It's always the argument, like, as long as it isn't Japanese, we can get as weird, perverted, and hedonistic as we can. The moment it's I was about to say a very, very improper racial slur, but the moment it's not the fucking race that we approve of or the culture that we approve of, like, we have to nip this shit in the bud. We cannot have that. The Japanese don't get theirs. We get ours. Because we're racist.
Well, and that's why they're targeting Japan, dude, because they know that the people like us have, like, sought after Japan as, like, the last bastion of hope. Because
it's not even the last bastion of hope. It's the last place where it's like, yeah, we like pretty women. Yeah, we like stories about shirtless dudes screaming their head off and beating the fuck out of each other. Yeah, we like blood, guts, gore, viscera. We like ass and titties. We like violence. We like romance. We like comedy. Holy shit, you can laugh at this show.
But my point is,
you can feel.
Yeah, but my point is, in Japan, it's still mainstream and okay to do that. In America, we have resurgent groups like the Iron Age, like the stuff Razor just talked about with like the Eric July comics and stuff, that are making inroads. But let's be honest, they're still not the mainstream. Now, most people that are in the mainstream will gravitate towards that stuff, hopefully, because it's better quality shit. But I will give you another example. Not to jerk the French off again, because they're snobby assholes, and I know that because I'm like half French and I'm a snobby asshole. But the bande dessinée comics that come out of France, like the fucking, which by the way, your friend is gonna jizz if he buys the Chimerian one. It's a French comic, and
the Conan?
It makes, the Conan. But
yeah,
that's
Jack
like
would
so
fucking
much.
Love it.
That's like the one like mainstream comic industry in the West, besides like the Iron Age shit. Which nope. Oh my God, you just had me fall through the map. You fucking douche. Listen, I'm gonna fucking shove this assault rifle up your fucking ass.
Ow.
Yeah, okay. You deserve that. But the Chimerian though, it's the fucking tits are out. They're well drawn. It's like, holy shit! Wait, this is a modern Western artist. This isn't something from the '90s. This is something that came out like last year that still has like nice titties and shit. And it's out there, and the skill set's still out there. It's not like all of these developers in the West are gone. Like even Razorfist is playing Assassin's Creed Mirage, and he could see that it's like it was a step in the right direction. But the problem, you know what the other tragedy of that game was? It was not marketed at all. They marketed the shitty Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which was a fucking far cry from what the series used to be. But then the game that's actually like a return to form, they don't market, and then they put a bunch of bullshit on top of it that makes it less appealing to people. And now they're gonna do the unthinkable. And I'm gonna shut up for a little bit after this, because you're gonna rant. I know you're gonna fucking get. They're gonna make people have asked for a Japanese Assassin's Creed game for how long? I remember back in high school.
Well, they made a Chinese one.
Yeah, but I remember even back in high school, I think you and I probably said this, like how cool would it be to have like an Assassin's Creed game where you play as a fucking samurai or a ninja or some shit.
Yeah, fucking
and now
Shinobi, literally the like first progenitors of fucking assassins.
Now they're gonna do it, and they're gonna take a niche black dude from history who was a retainer, not an actual samurai, he was a retainer, and they're gonna make it about
Oh,
him.
you think, oh god.
100%.
Even though that guy in his own right is actually pretty fucking cool.
He is cool, and he deserves a mention. He would have been a cool
He has
side
a whole
character.
anime! Even though the anime is kind of like very like pseudo sci-fi.
He would have been a cool side character in the game, just like Leonardo da Vinci was in Assassin's Creed 2. But guess what? If you're gonna make a game off in Japanese history, you should actually have a Japanese person be the main character! You stupid fucking woke cocksuckers! You're just doing it to get brownie points! You're doing it to get brownie points, you fucking cocksuckers!
The main reason they're doing it is because they know it gets a rise out of people, and then they can just immediately clap back like, you're a racist. And it's like, no, you're the racist, motherfucker. That's why you're pushing all this fucking Samboism into these games. Like that's why you're literally creating these fucking minstrel shows. It's because you know it gets people mad, and then the moment people are like, "Hey, isn't this a bit fucked up and wrong?" Like the moment people say that, they're like, "Why is it wrong? Because it has a black person?" And it's like, "No, you fucking retard. It's because you're making a caricature of a black person. You racist."
Yeah,
fuck.
they're all. Every black guy in modern games is becoming an effeminate fucking pussy too, with these little, with these side braid fucking haircuts. That if
I was so fucking heartbroken when they turned the Prince of Persia into just another fucking black dude. And it's just like, Persians are Persian. I know Persians. In my job, I work with Persians. They're not black.
No. Which, by the way, that's the tragedy. That's the same thing to do with Assassin's Creed Mirage, shoot.
Well, it's like actually, Jack has a great story. Like, I don't know if it's like something he experienced or a story he heard about it, but like he literally recounted a tale where like this Persian guy, well, actually spoilers to the story, but anyway, it's the whole crux of it. Like this one guy, he was basically getting ranted at after 9/11, and people were like, "Go back to fucking your mud hut, you fucking towel-headed cocksucker, you fucking Muslim dick." And like without missing a beat, he's like, I'm not Muslim. I'm not from Iraq. I'm Persian. I'm from Persia.
You know, these people. They have this very shallow view of cultures.
Well, they like to generalize, which they don't. Ironically, they don't understand that makes them just as bad as like every fucking straw man they create. Like every single time, these people have the audacity to like complain about everybody like trumping up stereotypes or complaining about like race swapping like redheads for black chicks. And it's like every single time it's like, don't you think we should like honestly make new characters that are triumphant and like have all the positive aspects of this like race instead of like, I don't know, taking it and saying, it's always been ours, it's ours now, and you can't have it back, fuck you, you're a racist. No, they want to take the fucking easy way out.
It's kind of sad even how they made like Miles Morales, who was pretty inoffensive in the first Spider-Man game on PlayStation, and even like the spin-off game. But then like they kind of made him into like some, like in the second game, like there's so much of the story that detracts from what is an otherwise great game.
Well, it's like the problem is like listening to like fans of Spider-Man like Shota and Wally, like they always talk about like the best parts of Miles Morales, the best comics Miles Morales is in is when they actually let him be his own character and like let him be his own man. The moment they're like playing up like, hey, I'm just Black Spider-Man, and like, what would Peter do? And not allowing him to have his own voice, that's when the fucking character sucks. Because he's not Miles Morales at that point, he's just Black Spider-Man.
Wait, no, Fred, listen. A kid whose dad is a cop in the Bronx in New York City is definitely going to be very fucking progressive and help a fucking gay prom date. Which, by the way, look, I'm not saying...
Dude, I want to see the fucking comic where they make Miles Morales go out and fucking do like a fucking the police like fucking march, and like his dad is just staring from the sideline, just like, Miles, when you get home, we're gonna talk, and by talk, I mean I'm gonna beat your fucking ass.
Well, and I gotta tell you, that even like the Spider-Verse films, once again, like the first Spider-Verse film I have no complaints about, but the second one, even though it's still got the beautiful animation and like the overall story is okay, there is so much more like bullshit social commentary, like Gwen Stacy and like her father being a dirty pig. And then they put the black pregnant chick in there. And they've basically made Peter Parker into a joke in the second film. Like, he's not even, like, okay, like in the first film, like, they made him kind of like this unshoveled slob. But by the end of the film, he was Spider-Man again. Yeah. But now he's like, like very little of him seems like Peter Parker.
Yeah,
and
like,
that's
I haven't seen the Spider-Verse films, but I've heard them talked about a lot on Wally and Show's streams.
yeah.
Isn't there a point where like when oh god, Spider-Man 2099 I think it is,
Yeah,
the
second
future,
one.
yeah, the future Spider-Man, when he's like, your dad must die, it's a canon event, and like Peter's like, well, yeah, like maybe your dad has to die, Miles. Like immediately, without missing a beat, it's like Peter would never fucking do that. Peter would
Yeah.
never ever fucking do that. Peter would never forsake somebody's family, like just to like make sure the timeline goes right. Peter saves everybody. Peter saves everybody, no matter what. Because Peter's just a good fucking guy.
Well, they got to make him look bad, just like in Spider-Man 2. They gave him
Well,
the
it's like,
symbiote
but like,
suit.
they character assassinate him because they make him do shit he would never fucking do. They always, all these people always fucking do the same shit. They take the old characters and they make them not act like themselves.
Luke Skywalker.
Yes, Luke Skywalker, Indiana fucking Jones. Just every fucking time.
I gotta tell you,
It's the
worst
reason why I
part of-
hate most like fucking modern like Western localizations of shit. Because Cowboy Bebop, Spike, Jet Black, Faye, they don't act like themselves. They don't act anywhere close to their character.
Yeah.
Vicious, he's a pussy now. He's not a psycho anymore. In the fucking anime, Vicious was fucking scary. He was unhinged, but you knew he was like a fucking dead-eyed, like just basically a dead fish up until Spike got into the room. Then you saw the motherfucker grin, and he grinned like a fucking reaper of souls. He was like ready. He had a heart on. He was gonna fucking kill Spike because he knew him and Spike are the only ones that could kill each other because he's high off his ass all the time, and the only way he can get that fucking spark of life back in him is when his best buddy's right there in front of him, and he's gonna fucking kill him. That was not Cowboy Bebop, the live-action show. Cowboy Bebop, the live-action show was, you don't know the taste of victory when you taste the fucking testicles of the man you slaughtered. What the fuck is that? The fuck, dude? That was a legit line. Why? They do it on purpose because you know why? They don't fucking care. They should not be allowed to work here, yet they have embedded themselves in like ticks every single fucking time, these people. They shouldn't be within yards of a fucking medium. Especially not one that's been made off the backs of somebody else who actually gave a fuck. And yet, because there's no one else, they are going to destroy it because they'd rather let everybody else have the ashes instead of be fucking like, instead of letting somebody else have the throne, they want everybody else to be king of the fucking ashes.
Empire dirt. Listen, they want to fucking. This is what happened. Back in the mid to late '90s and early 2000s, you had fucking localizers like 4Kids that butchered it, really out of, in some ways, ignorance, in some ways trying to avoid any type of like blowback from like the religious right and shit at the time. Which, as stupid and gay as it was, like, I could at least somewhat see why they did what they did, even though it's fucking retarded.
Oh,
But then places like 4Kids went bust, and early Funimation was actually pretty great.
Yeah, because early Funimation was where you got like the original Dragon Ball dub and like Dragon Ball Z, and like once again, it broke my heart to learn that Chris Sabat and fucking Sean Schemmel were just more of the same fucking problem in that medium. They just dug themselves in, and they got all their friends involved, and everybody else be damned.
What did they do?
Well, they were part of the whole Kid Vic crowd. They threw him under the bus because they thought they could get away with it and get somebody that they didn't really like out of the industry. Ended up, like, unfortunately, kind of going their way, because Vic's lawyer was a fucking retard and withheld evidence that would have won them the fucking case. It would have won them the fucking case, but the idiot forgot to submit it.
Wait, you're telling me there's an idiot lawyer that forgot to submit important paperwork, Fred?
You want to know the best part? I think I'm pretty sure it was one of Nick Recade's fucking buddies.
Of course.
And he completely screwed like Vic Mignon out of winning that case, because the case was solid. They would have fucking won. They had all the evidence in the world, and because of incompetence, right now Vic is luckily creating his own studio, and Funimation is fucking dead right now. So in the end, karma is a thing. It works. It'll all come back to bite you in the ass eventually.
Hey, the great thing's going to be when all these companies crash, the IPs are going to be so cheap for all of like the new up and comers to get and actually take.
Well, it's like that's the one thing that kind of upset me, like before like Funimation's fall. Like they would buy, like I learned they would buy up like brand new anime properties, and if they didn't like the way the anime was going, or if like one of their like fucking troglodytes in the fucking horde like decided they didn't like the product or didn't like the series, they would just shelve it. They would shelve it, and they would just hide it from the rest of the world and hide the fucking property rights and make sure nobody else could get it. It was fucking sick. And like, unfortunately, it was for shit that like some people were like, oh, it's just another one of those ecchi shows. Like fucking what was it? Was it Interspecies Reviewers? It was one about like those dudes going to the whorehouses that had a bunch of monster girls. It was funnier than fuck. And like they decide to.
Yeah.
They decide to can the the fucking gender bend episode, where like basically all the fucking dudes were gushing about how hot they were before they got fucking railed. So some dudes had such a bad experience of being a woman that they were like, I would never, ever, ever want anything to stick anything inside me ever again.
You'll never see, sadly, the original Shin-Chan dub get a re-release just because of how hilarious, but also how not politically correct it is. Which is done by Funimation.
That's why streaming sites exist.
But even on streaming sites, dude, it's hard to fucking come by. You actually have to like dig for it because, like, they don't actually give a shit about the popular stuff. They don't do cease and desists on. They only do it. They'll do it more so out of spite. You know, it's fucking stupid.
Well, it's like this is like the reason why like I say these people don't really care about the medium that they've like became entrenched in.
No, they hate it.
You know where
they hate it.
You know where Funimation started? It started with dudes like getting their one Japanese buddy that they sent letters and emails to when the internet was still young, and was like, hey, this show you're telling me about with the giant robots, it sounds pretty fucking cool. Think you could tape some of that on like a videotape and send it to me? Or maybe they took a trip to Japan and they just like got access to like all access Japanese media and just did it themselves. But like legit, these people were pioneers because they loved the medium. They loved what anime was because
they didn't
it was
make
fresh.
money.
It
they
was
hardly
new.
made money.
It was different. It was foreign. And like they ended up making a business about it. It got popular. All their friends got in. And then all their friends' friends and girlfriends got in, and they just fucked the business up. And they ousted anybody who used to like anybody who began the business is either dead or ousted in trying to form a new fucking form of business on the same thing.
Yeah, 100%.
It's like it's a tale as old as time. Like these fucking ticks will latch themselves onto anything that's gaining a modicum of popularity and say, no, it's mine now, and try to push you out of it. But luckily there's always alternatives. Thank God there's always alternatives.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that fucking the Japanese are starting to like honestly be like, no, dumb fucking gaijin, get the fuck out of my country.
Well, you can't. You got to say it to the right people, because it's just like anything. I mean, if somebody wants to get involved in a hobby or something and they're willing to like embrace and appreciate what the hobby is, then let them in. If they want to go in and actively change something,
Well,
that
if
they
you've
don't
been
even care
burned
for,
so many times, I honestly don't blame them for getting so insular.
Well-
and like the fact of the matter is,
well,
like
they're not going to make any money if they become too insular. I mean, they're doing this out of
well,
business.
that's
not
why
like-
that's why they're doing it all in house now.
Which, okay, but let me just say this. Look, I think that the major evil is what the West is doing, but like let's not the Japanese, not all of the Japanese studios are blameless, just like with the Japanese devs.
Oh no.
I mean, some of them
some of these
weird.
Japanese studios are like real fucking bad, like almost like EA crunch time bad.
Yeah, but they're also aware of they're also aware of the vast majority of their fans that are aware of what's going on to testing it. It's
Yeah.
just some of them just go along. So as much as we like to think that the Japanese and there is some truth to that they do have like a sense of honor, not all of them do. Some of them are just are just willing to be cogs in the machines, and it's sad.
Did that just
and when
happen?
it did just happen, and now we're back all the way over here. No, wait, this is where we're supposed to go. I'm retarded. But yeah, no, I see what you're saying. But like, you know, it's just like fucking anything. It's like
I am being a bit hyperbolic, but like at the end of the day, like I am. The thing that upsets me most is the fact that like you had it made. You had like one of the best opportunities for somebody who was actually a fan of the medium to have to
yeah,
be
they get paid
on,
six-figure salaries. They get flown to Japan. They get their health care. They get their free hormones. They get paid
Yes.
leave. They
be
have
on
they
the
have a
ground.
made.
Not even that. Like be on the ground, like at the forefront of what's new and what's cool, and you squander it because you're fucking spiteful and you don't give a shit. It's baffling. It's baffling to take such an opportunity and like be your own downfall for it, but then have the audacity to complain after the fact that you got fucking ousted.
You stupid. We had a good thing, you stupid son of a bitch. It was perfect, but no, you just had to blow it up. You and your pride and your ego. You just had to be the man. If you'd done your job, known your place, we'd all be fine right now.
But that sum up what you were saying, Fred.
Pretty much. But the problem is there is no Mike in the group of like people who are getting kicked out of every medium that they've ever ruined. There is no Mike
they're long gone.
who
They're
has
long
the
gone.
reflection or the audacity to call these people on their bullshit. Like it's all the same people going back and forth and being like, yeah, what went wrong? It wasn't us. Definitely wasn't us. It wasn't us.
We were harassed.
Really wasn't us. We weren't doing anything.
No. We were harassed.
It was
by
the fans. It
Gamergaters.
was these goddamn Japanese.
Which, by the way, they tied back to Gamergate.
It's like oh god, when Eric July first released his comic, and like pretty much because he wasn't kowtowing to the comics industry, all of a sudden people were using real hard R's. All of a sudden, Mask was full on off.
Oh yeah.
These people are fucking despicable. Like, it's
Oh, they are.
surprising that they get away with it for so fucking long.
Wait, I love that other line too. When you talk about how they got away with it. Well, let me get that one. I love that line. Even though I think she means it in like a communist way, I still like it. Where is it?
Storm coming and storming. You and your friends better batten down the hatches when it hits. You're all gonna wonder how you ever thought you
I love that line, and I know
Well,
I
what'd
know
she say? Because it kind of cut out because she was whispering.
you better band down the hatches because there's a storm and it's gonna come for you. And you're gonna wonder how you can live so large and leave so little for the rest of us. And I know that it's probably kind of got a little bit of a commie fucking zing to it, but the overall point of that I can agree with. These people are like these parasitical hogs that have fucking latched onto an industry and are draining it like a fucking like BDSM dungeon fucking dominatrix milking a guy until he can't come no more. But they're doing that to they're doing that to a beloved form of media. And like you said, they don't have a mic, they don't have any voice to reason. They have these
they have
massively
nobody that calls them on their shit, and even if they did, they just like backstab them and throw them out of the industry. But it's like, oh god, do you ever watch the Onion's YouTube channel?
No, but
Dude,
I know
some of the bits they have on there, some of the videos are fucking great. One of their bits I fucking love. It's the memorial for the completely preventable disaster created before a completely preventable disaster happens. And they're like, yeah, we know this. It's very unfortunate because we're all gonna die here, and we know we can prevent it, but we just won't. I put my name on this plaque right here because unfortunately I told my wife I love her, but I'm gonna be dead soon.
God,
and
it's
obviously I'm gonna be dead, but they're never gonna find the body because it's just gonna get washed away. But it just reminds me of like they have this completely preventable thing, and all they have to do is not be a piece of shit and stop doing what they're doing, like stop fucking it up, but they just can't help themselves. They need to make a mockery of something that people like because they don't like it, and if they don't like it, they don't fucking care.
Well,
it's
they make
completely
a mockery.
preventable, and then when it happens, they're like, man, how'd this happen?
Remember, these are people that make a mockery of women on a daily basis by saying that they're women when they're just fucking mentally ill freaks that need therapy.
Well, it's not even the trans argument either at this point. It's all of them. The women, the men, the lady boys who cut their dicks off. It's every one of these people. They don't have a fucking brain in their head to realize what they're doing is going to affect them badly in the long run. It's baffling. It's like you're sitting next to a live grenade. You pulled the pin and dropped it in your lap. And you think you would not have the right to get surprised when it blows your fucking legs off.
You know, and it's sad though because you do get people on the right that are fucking retards about this.
Oh yeah,
and
they're the same way. There's some people who get like way too combative, there's some people who are like full on like anime is gay or it leads to pedophilia, and then there are the ones who are like kind of the opposite, who actually do enjoy anime and stuff, but like something so small can happen and they will like burn the fucking house down about it and focus on the wrong fucking thing. Like oh god. Shit. What was the recent one? Oh yeah, like actually people were getting up in arms about Tekken because of the one, the guy who made the game was claiming we're not gonna have jiggle physics because it's way behind the times and it's juvenile and like everybody was like they're taking jiggle physics out of Tekken 8 guys.
They didn't.
We have to boycott. Well, that's because one of the animators was like, that's fucking stupid. I'm not doing that. We're leaving them in. Tits bounce, retard. It completely went over his head. And you want to know why? Because, like, the fucking guy who made the series, the main voice, he's just a visionary. He doesn't control, like, the making of the game. And, like, legit, the studio probably was like, why is this guy trying to take... What? Why is this fucking idiot trying to take out what now? Just make new devil forms and make the game cool, retard. We're leaving the tits in.
Yeah, well, this is the problem. It's like it's kind of like it's like Moby Dick syndrome. It's like, okay, not every stupid situation is the white wheel. Just like if the fucking game does like something slightly retarded, you don't have to crucify it and burn it. Like this is the problem. But it's also these fucking idiots with like the fucking Greek or Roman statues on fucking X that act like that basically will embrace like fucking racism because they're so dejected by these woke cocksuckers that they actually buy into it. Like, oh, the Jews are responsible for all this shit.
Well, it's like
Look,
the problem with like, I'm gonna let you finish your argument. Like, I'll be quick about this, but the problem with those guys is like they don't realize that they're just making more enemies. They're turning moderates into lefties by doing that, and even the moderate lefties like eventually realize, wait, no, both of you guys are retards. But continue.
well, it's like because I've seen this thing about like, oh, you know, there was no Christianity in Africa. And I'm like, motherfucker,
What?
One of the oldest operating until the Europeans brought it. It was basically like a pro-European, pro-Christian thing. I'm like, well, you're not pro-Christian if you believe that, because like one of the oldest fucking continuous churches in the world was in Ethiopia. It literally goes back to like 300 AD, and they're believed to have the Ark of the Covenant. So you can't really, but by the way, it's completely counter to fucking Jesus' message, which gets twisted so much anyway.
Yeah.
Like, it gets twisted by extremists on both sides. Like, there's people that, you know, like, which, by the way, Jesus did preach tolerance, but he also teached, like, tolerance from people that want to actually be forgiven. Like, that's one thing that the leftists, these leftist
Like
Christians...
people want to talk about Jesus's pacifism, but they forget that Jesus, when the fucking merchants like tried to
He
block...
did a WWE fucking
yeah,
takedown
when the
slam.
merchants tried to block the entrance to a sanctuary of worship, he laid the fucking smackdown, flogging and whipping them until they ran away.
Can you imagine they make the next God of War like Kratos encounters Jesus during that, and like Jesus is just a
The
little
reason
fucking
Jesus
throwing-
said turn the other cheek is because he knew he could bruise him if he wanted to.
Yeah, but like it's just like anything. It's like you can take anything to an extreme, and it's but obviously like the main problem is the fucking localizers and shit. But I'm just trying to because I agree with what you're saying. I encounter people like this on X. Like it's like, okay, you gotta combat these people, and you do have to vote with your wallet, but you also have to realize, like, if there's a slight stupid comment like with Tekken that basically causes you to boycott the game, if that's your level of filtering, then you're gonna end up only playing Commodore 64 in the fucking mountains, because
actually
the game still has pit
to,
physics.
Yeah, not to bring them up for the umpteenth fucking time, but I watch these guys religiously. Shota said the best fucking thing that I could hear. You want to know the reason all these motherfuckers own all these franchises? You know why they get dug in so bad? Because you stupid motherfuckers don't fight for them. You let them have it. You say, oh, this is bullshit, I'm leaving. No! Fight, motherfucker, push back!
Yeah.
Get back, motherfucker! You don't know me like that. Like, seriously.
Yeah, you gotta be combative with it, and you don't have to like.
You gotta
like,
fight
threaten
for
them.
your right to party.
Yeah. God
Even
damn.
the Beastie Boys are a faggot too.
God, what happened to them?
They tried to hide all the fucking shenanigans they got up to.
Why is it always the ones that like fucking legitimately probably date rapes people that end up becoming these beta pussy faggots?
Because they date rape people, and it's like
Yeah.
the lolly. It's the lolly debate. They're trying to hide their dirty laundry so hard that they pick this thing they think is the obvious out. And meanwhile, a lot of people are gonna be like, yeah, I can see why you would be against that, but you're kind of like railing against it really fucking hard. Meanwhile, every single time, these people, when you look into their backstory, they get ousted, and what's in their backstory? Rape, pedophilia, and murder. It's every fucking time. Because like the best argument I've heard about the lolly debate is, more often than not, anybody who tries to make a moral stink about it always gets caught out for being the worst human piece of shit in the world. But at the end of the day, you have to make that kind of mental argument to yourself and be like, okay, so is it just a bunch of weirdos on the internet getting yelled at by pedophiles, or is it pedophiles getting yelled at by pedophiles? I know who always gets busted, so I'm going to err on the side that makes humanity less of a piece of shit. I don't care if you're a weirdo, don't fuck kids.
That's good advice. And by the way, I have a
And I will
story.
admit, like, Big Bungie does have a really good point when he says, yeah, like, anybody who says like, oh, lolicon is just the same as like rape and murder in media, like, I don't know. I don't watch like fucking what was the movie he brought? One Under the Sun, I think it was called. It's a very violent film. I don't see a lot of people jerking off to One Under the Sun, and if you did, there's something probably wrong with you.
Yeah. That. Yeah.
I don't even
But,
care if people jack off to furry porn. Just don't touch kids. Just don't touch kids. As the golden rule. Don't hurt cats. Don't kill people. Don't touch kids. The
But
rules were
isn't that
set
amazing?
long ago. They never
No, but
changed.
It's amazing though that was like a very like obvious rule, but now we have to actually actively say that to people.
Well, what's like the moment part of me died was when I heard like the fucking when I saw the I'm a pedophile but I'm not a monster like article come out. It's literally a guy talking about how he wants to fuck kids, but he's like, I'll never offend. But I'm working in a school district. And it's like, motherfucker, if you're never going to offend, you're making it really fucking easy for you to fucking slip up, you weirdo.
You know what?
If you knew that you were a pedophile and you didn't want to hurt kids, you would stay far the fuck away from them.
Yeah, they'd become a Buddhist monk and live in fucking Tibet.
Literally. It's like, I can't take these people at face value. Because the second they're like, oh, I'm a pedophile, it's like, yeah, nobody should proudly fucking say that. You probably fucking raped somebody.
Now, by the way, Fred, I got a story that ends in date rape, but before I get into that,
Oh, Jesus.
well, no, I'm being comical with that as much as you can be.
It's a funny date rape.
But let me just say this: it involves antiquing. But I think like people that download cheese pizza on their first offense should be given two options. One, you're either going to live in a monastery or a secluded place for the rest of your life where you don't have any interaction ever with any kid or anybody besides like those other people. Or B, you're chemically castrated. And then if you do it again, it's death penalty. But people that produce it should be death penalty from the get-go. But
I'm of a different like persuasion. I think honestly, if you get busted with fucking cheese pizza, it's either death penalty or life in prison, which is basically a death penalty.
No, but I think they should get chemically castrated too.
The problem is there's actually documented proof that chemical castration doesn't even fucking work. These people still offend even though their dick don't work, which pretty much goes to show it's a fucking power thing. These fucking weirdos, these sickos, they want to get off because they want to fucking hurt something that's weaker than themselves. That's why serial killers start with like animals first.
Make them quadriplegics in prison, then.
So they can't run away from the big brawling black dude who's about to fucking rape them and kill them.
Look, the beautiful thing about AI is that we'll be able to make these CP offenders into the guy from I Have No Mouth But I Cannot Scream. And that'd be fun.
The fucking sludgy monster at the end.
Yes.
You know what? As long as it's a punishment worse than death, they're allowed to live. But only if it's worse than death that they're even alive.
Yes. 100%. Let me tell you though.
The fact that people like immediately got up in arms about Texas being like, no, we're gonna kill the pedophiles who offend. People were like, that's inhumane. It's like they raped a child.
Yeah, no, they
Are you serious? Inhumane? The motherfucker's not even human.
And by the way, what leftists will do is say, well, you know, it's actually more expensive to administer the death penalty than it is blah blah blah. It's more expensive because you allow years of appeal. If you expedited the process,
you want to know why like it's more expensive? Because the prison system is built to like take as many tax dollars as it possibly can.
And they're on death row for 20 years. If you expedited it to 1 year, and instead of doing lethal injection, you did firing squad, which I'd argue is actually more humane, because something go wrong in lethal injection. Two shotgun shells to the head, that's not going to fucking leave any ambiguities, and it's going to be
let's still try to be let's still try to be like the better of two evils. Rifle round to the heart.
Okay.
Make sure it's a
But
big
let me-
fucking rifle round.
Just incinerate them. Let me tell you.
just cook them alive. Fucking burn them to death. New death
Well-
penalty. No gas chamber. No electric chair. No firing squad. No hanging even. I still can't believe that there are some places in America that still fucking hang people like as a death penalty option. Like, there's actually a
Look.
place in America where like gas chambers allowed, electric chair is allowed, firing squad is allowed, and hanging is allowed, and you get to pick the way you fucking die as well as your last meal. What a fucking fucked up multiple choice quiz that must be.
I will condemn death by stoning. I think that's brutish. And also because I was on fucking X and that was one of the videos on my fucking feed. Yeah, I wanted to watch a fucking Muslim country fucking beat somebody to death with stones. That is really my wake up cup of coffee last week. That was fucking lovely. But X by the way is sort of like old internet, which like I like old internet.
Oh
but
yeah,
one of
I'm glad that X is kind of turning into the new live leaks.
Yeah, but like there's times where like there should be like a separate feed for that because not every time when I'm drinking coffee, I don't really want.
Well, there should be filters. Like you should be able to like it's like the way you can like hide adult content. There should be a way to like hide violence and gore.
Yeah, which
At least
by the way,
real depictions of violence and gore.
I would still rather have the occasional like grotesque video, but also like what X has been doing, where it's like the old, like you said, it's like the old internet, for good and for bad. Look, it's not like the old internet was perfect. Like I didn't want to accidentally discover BME Pain Olympics, but I did. Okay, but I also had a great time on the old internet because you used to be able to say fucking words that you can't say anymore. You know, it's look. And let me just say this. Let me give you
Speaking of two-faced, like people giving the N-bomb more power than it ever has had in years.
I went fucking. I didn't.
Fucking
well, I didn't.
iDubbbz. God damn that motherfucker.
I didn't want to go antiquing, but someone in my household wanted to go to a fucking antique store. I said, okay, there might be some cool shit there, and there actually was. There was a fucking framed GoldenEye poster that I was tempted to pick up, but I don't have any.
That's
room for
actually
it.
cool.
Yeah. But what I did pick up was like a kind of like not Dark
Are
Souls.
you out of
but it's
ammo
very-
too?
I am. No, I have.
Let's go
120
pick up
rounds.
some guns.
Yeah. But there's a Dark Souls-esque bookend that I picked up for my from one of my bookshelves, and there's this antique store in the city, huge building, actually multi-floor antique store, and anyways, let me get to this part about the date rape. There was a fucking there's like a room with like casino dice. It's basically like stuff you get for like a bar area. Then there's like a old radiator that like half like front panel that was black and it looked like a jail cell, and it was
Jesus.
like drilled into the wall. And behind that was like Bill Cosby's autobiography. But then I just thought of the person that's setting this up, and it's like, is this like Glenn Quagmire's fucking crib? Like he's got like all these like drinks and like lucky dice, and like there's a slot machine in there. And then there was fucking Bill.
There's a shrine to Bill Cosby.
The Bill Cosby shrine.
Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus.
Which, by the way, look, the guy might have been a sleazebag, but they also got him on an illegal way. Well, you can't. Same
They
thing with
kangaroo
OJ.
courted him. Like literally, if there was ever like anything that Bill Cosby was actually like guilty of, Me Too movement completely fucked up him ever properly going to prison. The Me Too movement has harmed women like for years to come more than they would even imagine. It's actually embarrassing.
Which they sort of kind of did with Epstein. Not that, I mean, Epstein's an even worse piece of shit than Cosby was, but Epstein, I believe most of those cases were like hushed up with money,
Yeah.
and it was only because of that becoming such like overt.
Well,
Also, like there's
I will never discount like the victims involved in the Epstein shit, but
No.
there was a fucking chill up my spine when like one of the women who like roped a bunch of people like into the fucking meat grinder, like which she was abused too. Don't get me wrong. I'm sympathetic that she got abused. I'm not sympathetic that she pulled more fucking like young girls into the meat grinder. And the fact that on a documentary she looked wistfully out into the middle distance and she was regaling a time where she told her husband when Epstein finally got caught, she was like, we have to get him. We have to make sure he pays for what he's done. You mean what you helped do, you fucking cow? Yeah. You're not blameless. You don't get to be blameless. Some of the girls who were just abused and used as sex slaves, they're blameless. Not you. You pulled more in with incentive and you got fucking paid for it. You knew what you were doing was wrong. You're not. Yeah. You are not exempt from the consequences.
But picture me this. We know what he did was terrible. But the real reason that he was finally put behind bars was so that he could be eliminated by the people that he was aligned with.
And now it's even a meme that like everybody's like putting cards on the table. It's just like, are they gonna kill Maxwell? They're probably not, because they're not gonna get away with it. Because as soon as it happens, the internet is ready.
Or no, they killed the son of a federal judge who was assigned to the case.
A federal judge, like a son of a federal judge is fucking dead. Like there are names on the list who are fucking completely like gone from the world. I want to say there was like a French fashion mogul who got busted on Epstein's list, and he turned up fucking dead. Like,
yeah.
So like so many people have fucking died, not just Epstein, and people are like, is Ghislaine Maxwell gonna die? No, there's bodies. There's bodies. Stop looking at the one that's not gonna make it to a body.
Well, and the thing is, they portray him as the mastermind, but he was really a cog in the machine. Oh, and there was and he's the piece of shit. He deserved to die.
The problem is there are so many more Epsteins, but like people are willing to be like, hey, we caught him. We got the one. Meanwhile, Osama bin Laden maybe like lying in the fucking ocean with a bullet in his brain, but ISIS is still there. There's always another fish. There's always a bigger fish. It never fucking ends. Gotta root it out by the goddamn ground.
Listen, when you said Osama bin Laden and fish, I thought of the fact that he was buried at sea, and then I thought of like the Gungans from Naboo discovering Osama bin Laden's corpse.
I thought you were gonna talk about Kanye West being a gay fish, fucking Osama bin Laden's eye hole in the sea.
Well, you know, it wouldn't help dispel the rumors of Nazi high officials being homosexual. Kanye West. I mean, then again, like, oh yeah, my name is Kanye West, and I'm gonna hire Nick Fuentes and Milo Yiannopoulos to be my advisors. Those are two very, very masculine men.
Why do you think the Ubermensch were so white? They got pumped full of white every night.
Well, yeah. That's, by the way, that's the best way to defeat neo-Nazism. You just go to like these areas where there's like skinheads and just show them like the fucking like these like gay blonde Nazis.
They like playing up like the Greek and Roman and German iconography, and it's like, so you're just basically admitting you're a fag. Just no. We're super cool. We're the strongest of men. Yeah, the strongest of men were gay.
It's like the Lumberjack song from Monty Python. I heard that on the radio today, of all places. I was kind of shocked that it didn't get canceled. Yeah, I was like, gee, it was satellite radio, but still, it was right. Which, by the way, was the weirdest thing because we were tuning around the station after the fucking antiquing experience. And I turned it on. It was like underground garage radio, and it had a really cool Tom Petty and Prince live performance, which was really cool to hear. By the way, before we jump in, I gotta take a piss break.
Oh, good. I actually have to get a drink and do that myself.
But
I've been yelling up a storm.
Yeah, you have. But let me just say this. It was so funny, though, to go from, like, that really cool, like, Prince fucking Tom Petty song to he's a lumberjack and he's okay. He puts on high heels. All right, Fred. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in about 2 minutes because I've got to drain the snake and Fred's got to fucking tunnel funnel some. Take a shot for us, all right?
I
Don't
have
take
to
too
do
many.
the
But...
German solution and
All
like
right.
final salivate my
All right.
ass
Okay.
with another
We'll
man's
be.
lips.
Jesus Christ. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Hey, he's white. I don't know if that makes it better. I don't even know if that makes it good. Ah, geez, what did I just fucking say? Oh, God. God bless beer. Oh, speaking of beer, I'm pretty sure I talked about this last time, but a really good manga that I've been into recently has been, what is it, Bakatsu? Yeah, Bakatsu. Hey, have you read that one manga I sent you about beer?
What is it called?
Bakatsu. Bakatsu
When did you
Bakushu
send that?
Kasai. Oh, it was a while ago, but oh, it's such a good fucking. It's
I
literally
probably
just
wrote it down.
it's literally just like a guy who's really into beer, just talking about beer, like for an entire manga because he just loves fucking beer. Super cool. I love it. I love it so much.
Listen, I was just looking at a tweet, and it was about Mighty Number 9. It still has up the 3DS pre-order page, even though they never released it on 3DS. And somebody,
No way.
yeah, and somebody made a very good point. And by the way, this shows us how much like people have actually like started to be more critical of shit. And
Oh,
it's
man.
like,
I forgot that was
Um,
crazy.
we should have realized back then, which we would have now, like with our current more cynical views on gaming, that a fucking game running on Unreal Engine probably couldn't be ported to the 3DS. That would be porting an Unreal Engine game to the 3DS. Would sort of be like,
wait a second. Yeah.
because and they said that in the original video.
This was still. Was this a Unreal 3 time or was this still Unreal 2?
It was Unreal 3, and there was no way, even though Unreal 3 was getting a little...
Maybe I could imagine Unreal 2, but Unreal 3, yeah, no fucking way.
Yeah, because Unreal 3, by the way, not to get nerdy, because I can get nerdy, but the Wii U, which was actually like a... By the way, the Wii U was a misunderstood system, and you kind of know that from your
It was just
experience.
marketed really fucking badly.
Yeah,
it was like
outputted
what was it,
HD.
the Tandy 3000? Wait till the Tandy
Yes.
4000. Okay, bet. No, we didn't mean it.
Which it sort of stumbled so the Switch could run, because like the Switch was basically like the best ideas of the Wii U, but in a much better form factor.
Oh yeah. Some people still like wholeheartedly shit on the Switch, and I don't understand why. Because it's a very decent and very like affordable console, and it works. Like you can play it in like handheld mode without any issue for pretty much almost every game.
Yeah.
The only games that there's a few newer games that have like some stuttering issue, but that's because every game's fucked on launch, unfortunately, these days.
Yeah. Well, this is my thing. I'm actually glad that they're waiting until next year to release the next console. Now, my one caveat is I do hope that they wait to do Metroid Prime 4 on their next console, because I don't know how they... Because I know, like, they performed voodoo magic shit to get fucking Tears of the Kingdom running so smoothly. I don't know if this... as much, and I'm one of these people that like the Switch is a great system. It's like the Atari 2600. It's not, might not be the prettiest like system, but it's affordable and it's got a great selection of games, and it's gonna outsell the PS2 and good. And I like the PS2, but the Switch deserves it. But let me just say this about the Wii U. The Wii U had HD output. It was actually in some ways more powerful than the 360 and PS3 in terms of its graphics processors. So let me give you the analogy, Fred. Imagine you had like a V8 Corvette engine, but you paired it with like the transmission from like a 80s Ford economy car. That's what the Wii U's hardware was like. Basically a really powerful GPU, actually punching way above its weight at the time, is like actually closer to like an Xbox One than it was a 360. But its CPU was basically an overclocked GameCube processor. So and my point is, the Wii U had trouble running Unreal Engine 3, and that was a dedicated console. So there was no way that port was ever going to happen, and that was the joke of it. Because like nowadays, with how much investigation people do on shit, it instantly would have become apparent, and the game would have been shut down. But because people were so bright-eyed, like even me, I was such a bright-eyed, fucking blushy fucking optimist back in the day. And it's not that I'm not an optimist, but it's like I'm a much more realist than I like. There's still things I'm optimistic about. I'm optimistic about my life.
You can't live your life without hoping for something. It's like when you finally got to shit on me for like having hope for like Battlefield 2042, and then that turned into a fucking shit show. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
But
well,
2041 was so cool.
you know what the shame was? They released Battlefield 1, which was such a great game, and it's at a time where like Call of Duty became stagnant. But then they fucking followed it up with Battlefield 5, which wasn't a terrible game, but it clearly was like, it was clearly a step down. And then they just, it's so sad to see a company that is
the one thing you never want to fucking do is make a mockery of the greatest generation.
Yeah.
That's a big fucking whoops.
It's sad though, because most of them are dead now, and like the ones that are like the ones that are still alive are talking like are trying to like in their last moments give good advice, and they're going unlistened. Did you ever listen to that Navy SEAL Sean Ryan that interviewed the Iwo Jima survivor that was a flamethrower?
No, but oh god, I remember watching the I want to say it was a British, was it? I think it was a British paratrooper was talking to like a fucking Navy SEAL or no, was it a Royal Guardsman? It was a like a British soldier who fought in Iraq. Like legit, like that paratrooper was like, yeah, son, I would not want to fight the war you have to fight, because at least I knew where my enemy was. It was basically capturing points and objectives. Your enemy fucks with you. Your enemy was everywhere.
It's my favorite genre of military videos to see like a really old seasoned vet with like a younger like seasoned vet, like both of them are like heroes that have.
You didn't see anything.
He Lozinus the asshole goes crazy later.
Oh, he was already crazy. He shot me when I walked through the door.
well, you know, that's true. But yeah, no, I highly recommend. But first of all, Sean Ryan definitely deserves a subscription because he interviews like a lot of people that don't that don't get the time that they deserve, and like some of the stuff's kind of kooky.
I still gotta watch that video. I still regret not having gotten around to it. Thanks for reminding me. After we're done with the stream, if Lolly isn't streaming, I'll probably watch that.
But he breaks down on the guy. He's like, I'm so sad as to what's happened to this country. And he actually, by the way, this is a guy who was nearly killed by Japanese people. And if there's anybody that deserves to harbor a grudge, it's when you're in warfare and you harbor a grudge towards your enemy. I'm not saying that it's 100% right, but it's the most understandable grudge to hold. Like Vietnam vets.
Well, when you're fighting in a war, you can't like be like, my enemy's human too. No, that motherfucker is trying to kill you. The only time you can treat him as a human being is when you have the advantage and that motherfucker has full-on surrendered.
But you have to think about this. This is a dude before they even gave a shit about mental health of soldiers, and he had the most terrifying job. He was also like the most likely to be targeted, the lowest life expectancy, the most risk of being injured with the fucking flamethrowers, but also the most. He had the most horrific job because he wasn't just putting someone out of their misery with a bullet. He was burning people to death. So like just to hear his life experience and how he dealt with that, but also like how he went back to Japan and how he was able to make peace with them and how he even saw like that their society upheld their values where our society has given up to fucking people that don't care.
Oh yeah.
And he even says that there's more freedom, even though Japan is more restrictive. The people there actually have more freedom because when you have a society where people actually know their role and give a shit, then you actually have the freedom to enjoy your society versus a society where people don't give a shit. There's no fucking comment.
There's still major issues with Japan, but like literally, it's a whole entire society built on trust.
Well, that's the funniest thing too, because if you go to the Apple Store here in the U.S., they have like a little cord that hooks the iPhones in, so they have to actually rip them away. But they show in the Apple Store in Japan, Fred, and they just have iPhones laying on tables. People just pick them up
there
and
are
look at
places
them.
in Japan where it's completely unmanned. You can walk in and like literally you pay for your shit. It gets bagged automatically. You walk out.
That's getting ruined though, that's why I understood your point earlier about like fuck the Westerners, because you get these fucking YouTube cocksuckers that are coming there and they're making us look bad.
Well,
they're making Westerners look bad.
There's even people who are like moving to Japan and they are not properly like they're not properly like what's the word? I'm assimilating into Japanese culture. They're acting like dumb fucking Americans in a place that's not dumb fucking America.
And they'll tolerate a rowdy American tourist, but they're not going to tolerate someone that's going to try to live there and be a rowdy piece of shit. You know? And I
Well,
actually
even now,
understand why
like they're not tolerating like rowdy like tourists. Like if you fuck around in Japan now, there are specific like places where you can't even like record video anymore. Like
no, yeah.
like you are
But
brass tacks not allowed to record on trains anymore in Japan
But-
because of the
but
shit
let me-
that like that Somali fucking Johnny fucking did.
Okay, but let me put it this way. What I'm saying is there's like even like well-behaved people that visit Japan are going to do things that are probably slightly irritating to
Yeah.
Japanese manners. Like, you know, like if you visited a Japanese household and you didn't know like how much East Asians put an emphasis on removing your shoes. Like
Yeah.
if you just forget and you just don't do that, they're not going to think that you're deliberately being an asshole. They're just going to be like, "Oh, that person's a Westerner," and they're not used to doing that in most fucking Western households. Other than my household, we take the Japanese fucking shoe removal fucking thing to heart. But anyway,
Well, actually, do
anyways-
you remember? Oh God, this is forever ago. Do you remember the reality show I Survived a Japanese Game Show?
no. Was
L-
that sounds fucking cool. Was
So
it like Westerners
literally
that went
the
on
whole
there?
the whole premise was like it's Survivor, but instead of being stuck on an island, you're in Japan, and like not only do you have to like sort of learn Japanese culture and learn not to be a fuck up, you also have to compete in a game show, and like that's ridiculous. And like fuck, it's basically like, what if you had to be on a reality TV show as well as participate in Takeshi's Castle? Like one of the first like things that happened in the first episode is these like dumb arrogant Americans do a bunch of Japanese faux pas, and they put a fucking Japanese like Obasama in the house, and literally she just starts scolding and screaming at these people. But it's the best thing because by the end of the first season, this like crotchety old lady who's obviously like kind of played up for laughs with how crotchety she is, like they have this like genuine like heartfelt affectionate like connection with this old lady who kind of made their first days there a living fucking hell. It was such a good show, and it's such an interesting premise in the past.
You know, it's kind of like when you look back on like a strict teacher that might have yelled at you once or twice, but then you're kind of like,
But
you
then
know what?
then you learn they weren't trying to be an asshole. They were trying to like curb you being an asshole.
Yeah.
Because when you get down to brass tacks, like once you realize, oh man, I was being a dick, and like you actually reveal your humanity to this person, they'll reveal their humanity to you. It's like when I first interacted with Mr. Mac, the math teacher who had all the gaming magazines. My first interaction was me being a little asshole to like a girl in the hallway. And he did not appreciate me being a dickhead one fucking bit. But the moment like I actually had a class with him and stopped my fucking shit, he was probably one of the coolest teachers I had, besides the technology teacher, Mr. Russell.
There's not there. By the way, he retired, but like there's still teachers like that give a shit like he did, but they've become so rare. And it's not that most teachers are bad. It's just it actually
Well, it's like the problem is most teachers that are now in the job, they are literally trying to teach their way of thinking. They're not trying to teach you like information and let you like kind of process it yourself. They're trying to teach you this is the right way to think. There is no other way. And that's not how it should be.
Are you familiar with Side Scrollers? It's like the podcast that Stuttering Craig is doing.
I thought you were asking me if I was like familiar with side scrollers in general. I was like, where the fuck is this going?
No, it's actually the name of a podcast he does. And, I generally watch the ones he has raised with this, but I watch a couple here and there. But he did one with two teachers. Both of them are like young, and the one younger. One's in their 30s, and the other guy's like a second-year teacher. But he did, the second-year teacher was really cool because he actually was like trending on X because he did Socratic questioning with a student, who called J.K. Rowling transphobic, and instead of just saying you're a fucking idiot, he actually, through Socratic questioning, which is like what Socrates did when he wasn't fucking getting fisted, he'd
Well,
ask.
what is transphobia? Basically that line of thinking, right?
Yeah, basically what Socrates would do, basically asking questions that would cause you to think critically and maybe question what you were saying, which is why they put him to death. By the way,
people make fun of like people nowadays try to make fun of Socrates for his way of like kind of questioning the world, but like in the time frame, people didn't actually like kind of think of the world right like nobody actually like thought, well, I know what a horse is, but what is a horse really? What makes a horse? Is everything with four legs a horse, or is everything with four legs and hooves a horse?
Socratic questioning actually used to be fundamental to like Western education. Like it's not even like it's just rather than giving someone the answer, it's leading them to the answer through questioning.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's basic. Yeah. Well, Socrates gets shit on because he's one of the foundations of fucking Western thought. Even if some
he
of
was fucking right.
Well, by the way, why was he put to death? He was put to death for corrupting the youth, which is ironically what the people that put him to death were doing, which is sort of like the same irony of like teachers that get canceled for being like even moderate conservatives.
And I love the fact that like they realized that they fucked up and they tried to pull back, and literally Socrates was like, no,
fuck
no,
you.
You're gonna put me to death. This is your rules. I will die by my principles because I fucking have them.
Exactly. But the one teacher said administrators hate when we do Socratic, like when we're teaching a subject, instead of like just giving them route memorization. And the woman said, oh, I can attest that the students actually like it, even though at first they're annoyed by it, but they actually grow to like it. But administrators hate it because it's not cookie cutter, and it doesn't conform to them getting a narrative. Because administrators
it's not
are basically
the easiest, it's not the easiest, most direct route, so of course they'll hate it, which is ironic because they taught fucking Common Core.
Well, listen, it's sort of like Generation Kill. Remember the fucking one fucking cocksucker that fucked up everything, but he kept getting jerked off by high command because
because he was a big dumb jock who did his job.
Yeah, danger close.
I love that scene. Like, even though like I honestly do believe that it probably did legit happen. But like, Jesus fucking Christ, I hope it was at least a little bit exaggerated. Why am I just getting teleported?
What? If you play Helldivers 2, you can get danger close all the time.
But like I love the idea like that this one guy like just has no idea like that bombs might not drop exactly where you tell them to drop. Yeah, it's about 100 meters away. You know what shrapnel is, right, retard?
And yeah, it's like it's basically like being in a fucking machine shop. Like what's the tolerance levels?
I love like fucking Doc's line right afterwards. He's like, there's a switch. For once we get saved by sheer fucking incompetence, because he gives the wrong like coordinates. And I think I forget where specifically the coordinates would have led the fucking thing to drop, because like you immediately hear the air trafficker get real fucking confused, and like he's like, say again. And then like it goes to the other one where they're like calling in the correct coordinates, and they're like, Squad Bravo 2, your coordinates are correct. We will drop in not seconds or whatever the military lingo they dropped. But I love like I'm pretty sure like the way he said the coordinates, he literally got the wrong side of the globe because of how he stated the coordinates. Like he either would have dropped it somewhere in the middle of like fucking Yemen or something, or like he would have dropped it like in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It's just beautiful.
You never know where the terrorists could be. They could be hiding in the ocean.
That's kind of why I'm like pining for 6 Days in Fallujah so much. Because like even though people made quite a fucking stink and some people made a mockery of the game when it came out, most people legit were like, well, say what you want about the game, it's a really really fucking good mill sim.
If only you had a PC, Fred.
I know. Still, my PC's old enough that it might not be able to even run 6 Days in Fallujah.
That is true. Listen.
But like that being said about the whole 6 Days in Fallujah thing, like it kind of upset me that so many people are so brainwashed by the America only ever did like bad shit in Iraq like narrative that like they're listening to these people talk about their experience, not just like the American soldiers, but like the Iraqi like refugees that got the fuck out or stayed the fuck behind for their own reasons. Like legit, they were listening to these people regale their tales, and they're like, "Yeah, but what about all the fucking friendly fire and casualties? What about all the war crimes?" And it's like, motherfucker, you weren't there. Pick up a fucking rifle, go to one of these butt fucking nowhere desert places, and fight and die for a war you don't fucking care about.
Which, by the way, Fred, the actual like legit war crimes you could probably count, like less than 100. What they will like point to as the civilian casualties. Most of the civilian casualties were at the Iraqis' hands, and the ones that were at our hands were civilians that were recruited to fight on behalf of the Islamic Guard there. They were women and children.
That's another thing they kind of show in. Yeah, that's another thing that they kind of show in Generation Kill. There's literally college-aged like fighters in the middle of Iraq with like Rolex watches and shit, like brand new like dress shoes and sneakers. Like these were just like people who came back to fight a fucking jihad. Because you know why? They're shitty college kids and they wanted to kill people.
I wonder when Hassan Piker's gonna go jihad.
I hope he gets. No, not gonna finish that statement. No, I'm not gonna finish. The devil slipped out for a sec. I saw him flash in my eyes. Oh, let's just say, I hope he fights for a cause he believes in, with a gun in a war zone, with a lot of people with guns in a war zone.
There was an article of some like a guy who was arrested in a Middle Eastern country for looking gay. That would just be Hassan Piker.
Yeah. Well, oh god. What pissed me off most about Hassan Piker recently is he literally like gushed like a faggot over that one guy who hijacked a goddamn like Freightliner like he was so fucking cool, when he's a literal terrorist who stole from people who are just doing their jobs. Fucking asshole. Socialist cocksucker.
By the way, behind closed doors, Cenk Uygur is literally just saying, like, even if he plays himself as left, like, Cenk Uygur doesn't go as ham as Hassan, but behind closed doors that family's got the same political beliefs. I wonder if, like, because occasionally Anna Kasparian, though, has been, like, not that I buy into it, but she said, like, some things that are, like, somewhat reasonable. So, like, I wonder if it's gonna be, like...
Unfortunately, like, not to be that guy once again, but I don't know, like, a good point coming from a bad person, I have to discount it really heavily, because it's still a bad fucking person.
Well...
I can't trust anything what they say.
Well, that's part of the reason why I never liked Ian Miles Chong. But I do think there are exceptions. There are people that I like. I've never liked Dave Rubin because I don't think he ever sincerely switched viewpoints. I think he just kind of like, he might have been sincere at one point, but I think his current political positions are not really sincere. But I will say Jimmy Dore is someone that I think legitimately, like, because he's been on Alex Jones now. Like, I legitimately think that that's a guy that was kind of had a viewpoint that was misinformed, and then kind of saw the error of his ways and has made like a change in that. So he's an exception to the rule, though. I'd say 90% of the time people are bullshitting. Like, I never ever liked Ian Miles Chong, and then people realize, oh wait. I love the bad guys with shotguns, but you know what I like more? I like killing the bad guys with shotguns and getting shotguns. But I always knew he was a grifting piece of shit. He doesn't. He's He's never been to the United States. He's a Malaysian fucking parasite who was like a neo-Nazi. Then he was a fucking SJW, and then he was like this moderate conservative, and now he's a shit stirrer. He finds anything he can to create a division in the fucking West. He's not even part of the West. He doesn't. And by the way, he sucks Elon Musk's cock on there. Oh, I don't because Elon Musk, but I like Elon Musk, but he says some fucking retarded shit. Oh, yeah. Elon Musk went.
He's not like that, that's what I think. Like people,
he's not
like,
infallible.
Yeah. Like that's what I think people like to say the most about people who support people like Elon or support people like Trump is that you would trust Trump even if he created the next form of the Luftwaffe. No. You would trust Trump even if he put kids in no. I trust Trump because I believe that he has the best interests of the American people at heart. But if he does something fucked up, I'm not going to trust Trump anymore. The problem is, like, you try to pretend that, like, your politician is this glowing beacon of everything you believe in. And at the end of the day, they're just a piece of shit. You want to know what, like, most people like about Elon Musk and Trump? They are human. Not this amorphous political blob that lies to your face and then literally, distinctly refuses to admit they're lying to your face while still telling you, while they're lying to your face, no, trust me, I'm doing the thing I promised.
But I will tell you, Trump and Elon Musk are both similar in that respect, and I like them, but they also fall to the similar flaw that they're these titans of their industry.
they got giant foot and mouth disease.
But they also, well, no, but listen, it's not even the foot and mouth. It's the fact that they love people that stroke their ego. Not ego. And, like, Trump, yeah, they have a pet eagle, and it just... But no, like, Trump, unfortunately,
Frankly,
even though
Mr. Pence, I don't think you're good for my campaign election. I really don't want you on my squad. But Trump, what are you doing? Stay away from the...
you
you
got
stroking
back
the ego,
there.
Pence.
No,
Pence.
but okay.
Okay. You're part of my campaign.
Listen, Fred. He put people in there that were yes men, and Elon Musk falls to similar fault on Twitter, where like people that are respect him but will be occasionally critical, he'll block. Like he blocked fucking James Wood and Brett Weinstein, which are both like people on his side, but have criticized him. Like, but they only criticized him out of being like trying to help the guy. But then like Ian Miles Chung, like Elon Musk put a stupid tweet up, and it's his opinion, but it's fucking retarded. I could never play Grand Theft Auto because I don't like killing cops. And fine, okay, it's a stupid take, it's retarded, but that's his take. But then Ian Miles Chung is on there like, I could never beat the games either. And then what comes out? He wrote over 270 articles. 270 articles on GTA 5, and it was his game of the year. So either he was lying back then or he's lying now. So that's my problem with the guy. And I always knew he was that way. Like, Sargon's biggest flaw wasn't the Applebee's phase. It was when Ian Miles Chung, like, went from being an SJW and support of Gamergate. Sargon was sort of like how I used to be, like, oh, we should welcome him. We should just believe. We should, even if it turns out that he's a liar, we should believe that he's well-intended. No, we shouldn't.
Well, it's like... Like, Sargon's, like, old-fashioned. He wants to believe that there's a road to redemption for these people. Honestly, there can be, but when a guy keeps pulling the same shit over and over and over again and keeps getting caught doing the same fucked up business, maybe you should call a spade a spade.
Well, it's... And the funny thing is... These people would not give anybody on the other side an inch.
Oh, yeah.
They wouldn't. They would not give them the fucking
inch. Oh, no, they would
should...
hold their feet to the fire. They would let them burn.
And I'm not saying we should be fucking spiteful assholes, but we should make sure that people that wanna... If there is somebody that legitimately has a change of heart, we should still vet the fact and make sure that they are.
This is the same argument as to why so many of these pieces of shit get in the media so easily. It's because they're allowed in.
Yeah.
And like they dig in like a tick and they won't go away. And so, like, at the end of the day, how you think they got allowed in? They cozied up to the right people. They sucked a few dicks, a few hundred, and then they just, with fucking sperm dripping from their tongue, smile on their face, destroy everything like fucking Wilford Brimley in the Thing. Just start going axe mode on every fucking thing. And then when people call them and like are like, hey, what the fuck? Hey, go over here, stop that. I'm feeling a lot better now. I'd like to come back inside. Oh, well, we can't judge a man by his worst moment. He's getting the axe again!
You know what kills me, though? I was thinking about Pixar, and I was like, I can't remember the last Pixar film. I think I watched, like, the one with the black dude, and that one was alright. But even that, it was like, whatever Pixar used...
You gotta be a little more descriptive.
The one where he became, like, a soul. Like, that one was okay.
Soul.
That was, and that's not even. There's been like 3 or 4 since, and I'm not even up to date on them anymore. And I used to go see every Pixar film. Like even I know that they're more like, even though they're technically
they're
kids
so
movies.
homogenous. You see one Pixar movie, you've seen them all. If you've seen Frozen, you've seen Frozen too.
Well, I would say the newer stuff, but the older stuff was like kind of like when you watch a Studio Ghibli film. It was a special experience. But it seemed like after like what was the fucking last one that I really enjoyed? Oh, like, I don't know. There's like a turning point around 2015. Like
Inside Out was pretty good.
Yeah, you know what? That was probably the last Pixar film that I really enjoyed, which was also around the last like Disney film that I really enjoyed, which was the fucking Zootopia film. Which is ironic.
Did Zootopia come out before or after Inside Out?
I think slightly after, but it was around the same point. It was around like 2015, 2016. But like
Zootopia was
like
pretty good as well.
Yeah, but basically everything since then has become like a preachy bullshit. Like, and there's a couple exceptions here and there, but like, yeah, they've lost their soul. They've become homogenous. The kind of like iconic design of the characters have gone away. Maybe Incredibles 2 is really the last Pixar film that I actually really could say I enjoyed. But like, even I don't know. It's just like they've become homogenous. It's like I don't know how to phrase it, but like it's sort of indicative of everything else that is like fallen. Like, and I was thinking too, what happened to Bulletstorm? Why'd they only make one of those games? That game sold a shit ton of units and was a ton of fun. Why haven't we gotten a new Bullet? Wow, you already
did two words and you already were like, yeah, no, that makes sense.
You know, there's worse examples than him though, sadly.
He's such a fucking greaseball though.
He is a piece of shit, but God, Tim Schafer. God, what a fucking fall from grace, mother. I mean, I know that David Jaffe is a lolcow leftist cocksucker, but I will give him credit. He actually, like, at least engages with people. Like he went on Craig's podcast and had a debate about shit. Like, I'll give David Jaffe credit, even though he's a fucking idiot and he has some stupid takes. He at least engages with people of different viewpoints. Like, and by the way, like, that's the one thing I can't stand Destiny. But I will say, like, okay, at least he debates Ben Shapiro. Like, he's still a piece of shit. And, like, David Jaffe, I'm not a fan of what he says, but, like, he at least will be willing to sit down with somebody where, like, fucking Tim Schafer has to basically shit on his fan base. Randy Pitchford, let's not even get started with him. Was he the one that had the porn flash drive that he left at a fucking amusement park?
Yep, that was the man. That was the man.
By the way, unless you're like downloading like fucking manga porn, who even downloads porn in this day and age? I don't get it. Like, unless it's like a fucking like digital porn book. Like I don't get like Vosh. Like how do you have a whole folder of fucking porn? And by the way, wasn't the folder to be transferred? Like, you have a transfer folder? Like, your fucking porn collection's so well organized, you have like a fucking you know how they had like Wreck-It Ralph with the internet? I know that was a shitty movie, but imagine like there's like a Wreck-It Ralph of like Bosch's porn folders. Like,
I will oh my god. Like, you know I have a fucking subscription to one of these fucking hentai manga sites.
Which is
But,
why
like,
I made yours the exception.
I
carved out
know,
an exception
but
for
like,
you.
but like, the reason why I have those downloads is because not only do I have the physical book, but I also have the ability to download it because I fucking paid for it. But if it's free,
But it's a
and you
book.
know where it is, do the fucking normal person thing, leave a goddamn bookmark, and come back to it. Otherwise, just remember the name if you're really that into it. Horse cock's gone wild.
Oh, jeez. What is...
I'll admit, I've found a horse cock porno on a fucking hentai website. It's very bizarre.
Well, shit, I mean, Fred...
I found full dousions of like fucking basically Soap McTavish from Modern Warfare getting railed by ghosts.
Someone has released the flood.
If people want to talk about the whole fucking lolly thing and people beating off to that, how about we talk about the fucking argument about Guro? You really want to get fucking sick and twisted. That's not just rape. That's cooking, rape, death, cannibalism, fucking my chance daily life. Holy fuck.
Which, once again, it's like, okay, can we say that someone that jerks off... Like, if somebody watches, like, an
Like I
Eli
said,
Roth film...
it's fucking, like, I'll be the first to admit, it's fucking weird. But, like I said, as long, for Christ's sake, as long as it's not, like, hurting an actual person, I don't care. Let it exist. Because the moment we start making stipulations about one thing, we have to make stipulations about everything.
Well, and also, and by the way, this will probably be our last level for tonight. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I was about to say, because this is probably my least favorite level of the entire game. I was gonna
Let's
say,
get it over with.
can we beat this one just so we don't have to come back to it next time?
Yeah, because you don't want to start with a shitty level like this.
Oh, dude, pretty much. If we had to start with this next time, I would get incredulously angry really quick.
Well, we've already gotten incredulously angry at the retards. Which, by the way, I gotta tell you
because
about
we
the
got
other
it
one.
out of the way early, we're a little more mellow and level-headed. By the way, you dropped way more faggots than I did in this stream this time. I'm proud of you.
You know, Fred, I've just given up. I mean, what the fuck is well, Austin gave me the fucking pass. I mean, he said, "Here you go." I fucking got it signed. And by the way,
well, it's
let's make a disclaimer.
I hate to be that guy, but words are just words.
Wait, listen.
You can use them in an angry sense,
true.
a fucked up sense, but
That's true.
offense is always taken. It's not given. And at the end of the day, yeah, there's a lot of history, there's a lot of bad shit about words, and there are some that you're a piece of shit for using them in very particular contexts, and you know what that is. But if you're just
like if you call
fucking
actual
around
disabled-
and trying to be an edgy dick, that's a little bit different.
It's just like, here we go. Here's the disclaimer. It's like if anybody went to someone that's like actually mentally challenged and called them a retard, they'd get decked in the face, and deservedly so. But when
Unless
I
it's
go
Ricky
on X,
Berwick, I'm pretty sure he'd probably laugh.
yeah, but he's not like cognitively fucking retarded. But you know what I mean? Yeah, and he
Dude, that kid is
but-
so smart that it's fucking scary. I remember when
love
you
Ricky
first
Berwick.
like showed him to me, like all excited, like you found the next Christian, and I was like, I don't think this guy's fucking around. I think this kid's actually got a fucking brain in his head.
I love Ricky Berwick. And let me tell you,
he's so smart and he's so fucking funny.
Listen, Fred, we're gonna whore out our channel because the guy that I was telling you about that I've been making inroads with on YouTube, that's got a more sizable channel than us because he's got like 60,000 subs. He is friends with Ricky Berwick. And by the way, not to dox them, but they're in a part of Canada that I can literally, that is like an hour and a half from where I work. So I can literally fucking drive up to Ricky. Well, not that I would, but I'm saying, listen, Fred, I have a dream.
Don't do the fucking weird, like, oh god, have you watched Dankula's video about like fucking stan culture?
Yeah, I did.
Did you hear the story about like the guy like just naked wearing Nicolas Cage's fucking jacket standing over him in his bedroom? Dude,
No,
I
but,
would
like,
shit a fucking brick.
Well, that's the sad thing because like YouTubers before like these fucking stands came about actually used to have like meetups with their fans, and it was cool. Like actually do you remember Louis Rossman, the tech guy that got fucked by New York State like 100,000 times?
Oh man,
He
tried so hard.
But he used to do really chill like meetups until like there's a stalker guy that was basically stalking him and his girlfriend. And
Oh, I realized why my shotgun looks so fucking weird. It's purple. Sorry, not to interrupt you.
Listen, I got to rant about Meat Canyon though, because he, from what I gathered, he did a video about the lolly shit, and he basically took like a fucking like.
I think he immediately got caught out for having some shady shit in his past though.
Yeah, well, which by the way, look, his videos are.
It's like fucking clockwork.
Is he not self-aware? His own videos are as fucked up as Lolly. His videos are fucking disturbing, and I get a kick out of them because they're funny.
He literally did a fucking video like about like the Tom Brady give me a real kiss moment. You remember that shit?
I'm sorry though, but like. I'll give people like you know what I said though, like I'll give people like a pass for like a stupid thing, but like when somebody does something that's so like self-grandizing and hypocritical, like it's very hard for me to ever have any respect for them after that.
Well,
and
it's like the writing was on the wall. I immediately knew something was wrong when all of a sudden he came out and he was like, "Well, all my videos making fun of people, like." Those aren't how I want to represent my channel anymore. And
did he come out with that?
Dude, yeah, he fucking did. And like, I don't agree with Jack when he says this, but he has the best point in the world. Like, I don't think any piece of media should be deleted outright. Like, unless it's some fucking illegal shit. I don't think any piece of media should be deleted outright, because that's history there. That's an important piece of, like, the time frame. Like, no matter what you said or how you feel about it now, I think it deserves a right to exist. But if you really feel that fucking strongly about it, delete it. You see all those millions of fucking views? Cut them out. You really care that much, get rid of it. Otherwise, you're just a posturing fucking hypocrite.
Hey guys, you know those videos that made me popular and were funny and clearly satire? Well, I realize that they're offensive, even though I know that they were satire.
I'm still gonna keep them up because they still get tons of views, but I don't agree with them any longer. And you're a bad person for watching them.
You know, you're the reason I'm successful, but you're an asshole for making.
Like what is
the
their
guy I
point?
keep talking about, Big Bungie, the guy who did the Vosh video, he did like 3 videos on iDubbbz when he was going down in fucking flames, and he had a pretty good take about iDubbbz. Like legit, like there's a road to redemption for you dropping the hard R N bomb, but all the people that you claim to have radicalized and turned into like these edgy Nazis, they're fucked. They can go fuck themselves. They're going to hell. They can burn for all I care. There's no road to redemption for them. Like, really, dude?
You know what was sad? I think Sam Hyde was legitimately trying, before like they had a falling out, but when they did that interview thing, Sam Hyde was actually trying to help him. Like I know that gets
then
lost.
Unfortunately, like Sam like realized like what a lot of people need to realize about these people. They're lost causes.
Hey, no, there's I think they're mostly lost causes. That Spelunky retard that I argued with, you know what? I think I might have actually helped them. And I'm going to tweet at them again because I found a copy of Spelunker, which is a Famicom game that was inspiring Spelunky. You know Spelunky was like an Xbox arcade game back in like...
Oh yeah, when Xbox Arcade was really fucking good and actually existed.
Yeah, then that's
remember when the indie scene was actually like catered to and focused on? Like now, like modern gaming is trying to fucking kill the indie scene, but now ironically it's coming back stronger than ever because most modern games fucking suck.
Remember when it was fucking Microsoft points? When it was like 800 points was $10 or whatever? That was a trip.
Yeah.
That was retarded, but I kind of miss it because like the games were so
It,
good.
it,
Like,
it,
oh,
was, it was kind of kitsch, but I do understand. Like, it's one of the reasons I kind of appreciate that they went full money because it's one of the reasons like fucking shark cards and points in video games for microtransactions are such a problem because they make it in such a way where you have just enough to buy the thing, but you have not enough left over to buy another thing. And it makes you, it tries to trick your brain and incentivize you to spend more money on points to get another thing. But it's the same old song and dance. You'll always have just enough to get your thing, but you'll have points left over.
yeah. Like there's so many indie games that were 1,200 points, and then there was like, oh, well, you get this fucking dildo add-on for fucking, you know, Bukake Simulator for 400 points.
Oh man. Remember that like boom where like there's just nothing but like fucking visual novels on in the indie game thing. Like some kid was like, I like boobies, this is my take on Fate Stay Night.
Oh god.
It was juvenile, but I loved it.
Yeah, I gotta give the PS3 some credit. So I've been playing around with my PlayStation 3. I've been fucking slapping it, fingering it. The fucking Netflix app still works, which was actually kind of impressive.
Really?
And by the way, it's the old interface that was actually better in my opinion. But it's kind of
Really?
hilarious. Yeah, it's kind of hilarious that an 18-year-old console is still like. I know Sony's got their problems, but I can give them credit for like at least keeping the PS3 score up. Even though shit's got delisted, that's because of the publishers. And by the way, if you still have a PS3, like I know that physical's better, but all of their like fucking greatest hit PS3 games they have for $10 on their store, which I'm kind of impressed by because. Like, usually, like, on PS5, they're money-grubbing cocksuckers. Like, anything that's good is $60. Like, the Demon Souls remake, which is probably one of the few reasons to own a PS5 outright, is gonna stay $70 until the end of time. That Stellar Blade game that's coming out, which is gonna probably be really good because it actually has a character that's, like, well-designed, and it's clear that they care.
And it's probably gonna be fun because they're trying to make a game that's fun.
Hey, I got it from Play Asia. Let me just tell you this: they're selling it for $70, which is retarded in the West.
And you
I
got
it
the
from
edition with the bunny costume.
Well,
I don't even know if there's a bunny costume in the game.
Let me shout out Play Asia, which, by the way, like they're one of. I know that they're not like overt in the stances, but it's kind of clear that they're like on our side, which is the side of anti.
Well, they're of the side which is like, hey, just fucking have fun and celebrate like the Asian like import culture.
Well, they probably really want to say what they want to say, but they have to be kind of like neutral. But like the fact that they sell these games and they're not woke is a testament. But I'll say this: if you go on a shout out to Play Asia, you can go on there and there you have like pre-orders for new games, and like I got Stellar Blade, dude, with free shipping coming from Japan, which means maybe it's got even more tits. But it's fucking $54. And Endless Ocean, which by the way, let me just go on a tangent. I know I'm going on a tangent, but this is a positive tangent. Endless Ocean was basically if you like Subnautica, Endless Ocean was basically Nintendo's version of Subnautica, and they're fucking remaking it on Switch, which is gonna fix the controls because the controls were kind of those gay ass Wii controls, but it's gonna be way better now. Yeah, no, but basically it's like Nintendo's take on Subnautica. Like the original version was on Wii. It's a really good, chill game, but it's coming back on Switch. But if you get it from Play Asia, like if you bought it in the West, $60. On Play Asia, you get it for $43 fucking dollars. It's fucking insane. I don't know how they're doing it. If there's like, maybe the Yakuza's involved in their fucking operations. Cause
you know what? You joke. I wouldn't doubt it though.
Well, I got Final Fantasy 16, dude, in October or just November of last year for like $33. And it's like, that's a fucking steal. Which, by the way, that game got shit on by critics because they didn't like that it was a mature fucking subject version of Final Fantasy because they're fucking cunts. Final Fantasy 16 is probably one of the better fucking Square Enix RPGs of the decade. It's actually legitimately.
You
and
know what
it's
I
not-
always hate about like people who complain about Japanese games, like it's very much like they can't pick a fucking lane. If it's got boobs, it's too juvenile. If it's very restrictive and kind of like stuffy and like takes itself seriously, it's way too serious. If it like celebrates the better part of its own culture, it's too Japanese. If it tries to play up Western culture, it's trying too hard to be American. Like, fuck off.
I will
Stop
say this.
picking arguments just because you don't like Japanese games.
I
Just
will
admit
say
you
this.
don't like Japanese games.
Final Fantasy 16 is the best Western RPG of 2023.
I'd even say Elden Ring is the best Western RPG of like 2023.
Ooh, did you see the DLC coming out for that? That's exciting.
I have not actually yet. Oh god, I've been playing too many things.
I might have to buy that game for console because let me tell you something, Fred. I have that game on PC and I've had it from fucking launch, and I have a pretty nifty setup here. You know that. I fucking flaunt my nipples at it. I still get stuttering on the PC port of that game, and I know that there's like fucking ghetto fixes.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I really might just bite the bullet, and also I kind of want to have that game physically, which is the one shitty thing about PC is that you really there's no physical.
I got my full-on guts build finally like spec'd out.
I might get
you
it.
need somebody to like tag along as a strength build.
Well, when they come out with the DLC version, I might get it on console. I'm probably gonna get it on Xbox because that's what you're on.
Yeah.
It's not like the fucking, it's fucking $80 though with the DLC. But if there's a game that justified being $80, that'd probably be one of them.
Well, it's such a big game.
Well, it's kind of like when people shitted on Nintendo for selling Tears of the Kingdom for $70, and it's like, okay, like I don't like this price rise in video games, but if there's like a game that's like an exception that is like I could see myself paying like $70 for, like Tears of the Kingdom is like triple the size of Breath of the Wild, and Breath of the Wild's already
like,
the same game.
Like to play.
I don't like the, yeah.
Like to like kind of like say something about the price hike. Unfortunately, it's our own fucking fault. Like, we complain about it, but we still buy the fucking games and pay for the fucking microtransactions. Like, that's the reason they're not going away. Like, the games market can only benefit from a fucking crash at this point.
But also, Tears of the Kingdom and Elden Ring are both games that have, like, no microtransactions. So, like, not to say that I agree with the $70 price tag. I think it's stupid. But if it's a game that's like Tears of the Kingdom with no fucking microtransactions, or Elden Ring with no microtransactions, then those are like examples of games that, okay, it's stupid that they're more expensive than they need to be, but those are at least like full experiences. Where like the more egregious and obviously evil and sinister shit are the companies that are selling a game for $70, but then on top of it, like Call of Duty, like it's fucking insane that anybody would pay $70 for a game where you don't even get the full content. You have to buy the Vault Edition. The Vault Edition's $100, and then even then you don't get the full content of the game. If you wanted to unlock everything that's behind a paywall in Call of Duty, you'd be paying over $120. And then people were shitting on Helldivers, and look, I don't like that it has microtransactions, but I can tell you, Fred, as someone that's the servers are fucking overloaded, so I haven't played it for a couple of days. But like, as someone that's put a little over 10 hours into that game, there has not been a single moment where you actually need those. Those are for the idiots that want to do them, but like, honestly, dude, it's a PvE game, and there's the battle pass, yeah, you have to play a little bit to unlock shit. But like, it's not like a battle pass where it's like limiting. It's clearly meant to be progressing, and I don't like microtransactions. I think they're fucking stupid. But like, there's games that are far worse than what Helldivers is doing. Like, there's games where like literally you have to fucking like what was that fucking game that came out a couple of years ago? I can't remember. It was like that one that everybody was jerking off about, and it was laden with microtransactions, and it fucking killed the game. I can't remember the name of it, but it was fucking. It was one of those fucking online service games. Which, okay, let me just say this. Remember how there was that big debacle about the Suicide Squad game, and I was arguing with people saying that it was. So do you know what the player base is now of that game? It's less than 1,000 people on Steam. Yeah. A brand new game, less than 1,000 people are playing it.
Well, one of my favorite like videos like talking about the Suicide Squad game is like they legit took everything they could to make an addicting game unaddictive, because they fill the screen with so much noise and they make the characters so disrespectable and hateable. It's just like, it's upsetting to even try and play. Meanwhile, there's that one fucking bio for Green Lantern written by a probable white guy that's supposed to be fucking Deadshot, saying Black Green Lantern is one of the good ones. Excuse you. Excuse you. What did you fucking mean by that, asshole? That's the Green Lantern I fucking grew up with Justice League. How fucking dare you?
Hey, remember when a character, they could introduce an alternate version of them, but it wasn't like a clear like race swap, just for the sake of it. Remember those days? Well,
it's because they made it a different character.
Yeah. Yeah, like by the way,
that's the main issue people have with all these like race swapped versions of characters. Like, they're not new. Like, they either make it a fucking whiny teenager or they just make it this character now black.
Well, and why can't they give Miles Morales an official name that's not Spider-Man? I mean, this like well, look at because they want to not to sound like the Tiki Torch people, but they want to erase Peter Parker, I think. And part of it is because they don't want to pay. Was it Ditko, the one that was the real writer for Marvel? I mean, Stan Lee was an important figure, but it was the guy that actually wrote the comics with him that like got shit on. But his estate won't get any money if Miles Morales becomes Spider-Man. But by the way, like, they had Spider-Man 2099, and that's what we know him as, Spider-Man 2099. He's a Hispanic Spider-Man. Nobody had a problem with him. Nobody had a problem with, was it Ben Reilly that was the Scarlet Spider?
Oh, yeah.
You know, like everybody likes those characters.
Ben Reilly's, like, fucking, like, story was probably one of the coolest, like, arcs in Spider-Man, because it legit, like, made you think maybe Peter Parker wasn't the true Spider-Man all along. But then to go back to status quo, they basically make Ben Reilly a clone and kill him off.
Like, they could come up with a name like the
Why'd
Neon
they have to kill
Spider.
off Ben Reilly?
Well, this is what I said. Ever since the mid-90s, 80% of comics have been shit. Like, it's just, it's a sad thing. It's a sad thing to say, but like, since the 90s, when they started doing these arcs to drive in viewers, like the Death of Superman, like, there's been good runs, like the fucking Ultimate Spider-Man run, and there's exceptions to that. But like, all of the drivel started in the mid-90s. After Frank Miller basically had his run at DC and Marvel, like, that's when things, after they left, like, things started to go downhill. And like, you did get good writers, but then you also got like fucking Mark Waid, which, if there is one person that I think Razorfist hates more than anything, it's probably Mark Waid.
Well, but because he is a huge noir fan, and like, if I had to say like correctly, like, what his favorite like Marvel character probably is, I'd say it's probably Daredevil. Obviously, like, somebody would probably say it's Punisher because like Punisher's the right wing like archetype, and it's like, nah, he
actually
Daredevil.
doesn't like Punisher. He doesn't like Punisher that much. He enjoys certain. I like how I'm talking like I'm on his behalf, like I fucking know that. But,
like you know him.
Listen, Brad.
We've watched him enough to like make a good intonation.
Yeah. Well, shit, I've been watching.
Like, I want to say like Razor's probable, like, not assuming, but I'm guessing. Razor's like biggest issue with
I must reset the backup.
biggest issue with Punisher is he gets away with too much shit by being like an average guy and also a soldier. But like at the end of the day, like there's a lot of like magical realism in comics anyway. Of course, a fucking Green Beret can sometimes trump super soldier if he's smart enough.
But he's also, but he did enjoy the like Thomas Jane. Like he enjoyed certain runs of the Punisher.
Thomas Jane is such a good fucking Punisher. I'm sad that motherfucker only got that in the video game to play that character.
I still think that's my favorite Punisher film.
If they ever make a Punisher Max, I hope they try to offer Thomas Jane the job.
Let me tell you something, Fred.
Either that, or you know what also would be a good pick. And tell me I'm wrong if I'm wrong. Mel Gibson.
Absolutely. Oh my God.
He's got Lethal Weapon under his belt. That's basically kind of fucking Frank.
We better make sure there's no Weinsteins or Heckelsteins or Goldbergs.
Specifically, it's gonna be like a Robert Rodriguez style guy who's gonna be making the movie. Like Mel Gibson's gonna drop a fucking line about the Uden, and like this Hispanic guy's gonna be like, "Yeah, man, it's kind of why I hired you. I'm having a lot of trouble in Hollywood, and these Jews won't leave me alone."
Oh, God, I would love to see a fucking Mel Gibson. That would be great. But, like, let me tell you, I saw my mom fucking see Punisher when I was fucking, I think it was 8 when that came out. And she took me there because she said, oh, it's a Marvel movie. You like Marvel. And by the way, she accidentally inadvertently bought me the Punisher Max fucking volume 1 and 2 set when I was little. Because I put it in with, like, this. Well, she used to take me to Borders. Remember Borders, which was like the cool bookstore at the mall they shut down, which was actually I actually thought it was cooler than Barnes and Noble. But I actually found a bunch
too many places died.
Yeah, I found a bunch of my childhood comics. Like I actually have like 30 or 40 issues of fucking Ultimate Spider-Man. Like
nice.
I was huge on Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, and a couple others. But, yeah, the good ones. But she accidentally bought me those, and actually, when I was 12, she made me sell those because that's how violent they were. And she's like, "I can't believe you had these." And I ended up buying them back later on. But like legitimately, the Punisher Max, those are insane, and they're great. But also,
literally, there's a scene where like Frank's like fucking a prostitute, and she fucking blows her own brains out right on top of him.
Now, mind you, by the way, I turned out fine, and I had exposure to like violent games as a kid. Like,
I had a whole entire box set of GTA, and I've turned out pretty all right.
Well, my first M-rated game, she actually didn't like buy me an M-rated game when I was 5. Although I did play I had an older cousin who had GTA 3 when I was little on PS2. So when that game came out, I was like 5, and we were over there for like holiday dinner. And I got to play fucking GTA fucking 3, and I'll never forget. She let me play the opening section, like,
nice.
And it was so fucking cool. But like, my first GTA I actually got was Liberty City Stories on PSP. But the first M-rated game was actually something my mom bought for herself, which you're gonna laugh when you hear this. She actually bought. So we were at fucking GameStop, and I had the GameCube. So I'm a Nintendo fucking whore. But also that was a great system. But we were looking for GameCube games. This was probably a few months after the game released. And it was on the shelf, and there was this fucking Alpha Omega Sin guy in there with a fucking leather trench coat, but he's not 4 feet tall, so he's actually not Alpha Omega Sin. He's like 6 feet tall, but he looked like him. And my mom was like, "Oh, what's this game?" And he's like, "Oh, that's a cool game. You should play it. You'd love it." Like so she bought fucking Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes for herself.
Nice.
And I ended up getting the game because she played it for a little bit, and she's like, "Oh, it's neat," but like it's just like everybody from that generation. Like when we were talking about your dad kicking your ass at like those old school games. Like for some reason they can't wrap their head around like modern game controls. Like they'll appreciate them, but
to be fair, if there was ever a chance, like probably one of the early Metal Gears was probably the best chance of like getting through like a modern game.
Well, I think she got like into the game, like a certain part into. I think she got to like after the DARPA chief died. So like there was actually an attempt there, but then she's like, oh, I'll just watch you play it here and you can have it. But also she didn't real like even though it was M-rated, she kind of thought, oh, it's not that bad. Which, by the way, when she wasn't looking, that I'm in the scene with like the fucking naked knocked out soldier or whatever and shit. Like,
you're staring at Meryl's nipples through her fucking tank top.
but then like GTA and PSP, I think I got that when I was like 11. But then by that point it was sort of like, okay, you can get M-rated games, but like they can't be anything too crazy. But then I got GTA 4 at launch, and the fucking GameStop asshole was trying to say like, oh, this game's violent, you know. He's like, well, I think he can handle it. He's a responsible fucking kid. Like, what a fucking dick. Like, I could understand if I was like 5 and I wanted that game, but I was like, I think I was like 12 or 13 when that game came out. Like, and then I just was, there's no holds barred. Then I got fucking Metal Gear Solid 4, which, by the way, it's a case-by-case basis. Like, I don't have, like, but there's also like extremes. Like, there was kids that like probably shouldn't have gotten M-rated games when they did that. Like, it's
Well,
not that it's not.
if I ever had a son or daughter and they were like prone to like lashing out in violence, I would curb that shit before I ever gave them like a copy of like GTA.
But I also remember the other extreme. Like, there was one kid that I think you were probably acquaintances with, but like I sat at lunch with, and he could not even buy an M-rated game until he turned 17, which is like how old do you have to be to buy an M-rated game? Yeah, so it was kind of sad. It was kind of sad because he was like, oh, I get to finally play Halo, and I'm like, oh, dude, I'm so fucking sorry. Like, I understand. Like, by the way, like, Halo, which I wish it did get its M rating back, because it's kind of went downhill ever since it was...
Oh, it's basically Destiny made by 343. I can't believe they ever decided to make that game anything but M-rated.
But, like, Halo's M rating is different than, like, Gears' M rating. You know what I mean? Like, it's like,
Gears
by the way,
is gory, chunky, fucking B-movie fun. Like Halo is like more like kind of introspective, and like as long as you get a good Halo, like very cerebral. Like fighting the Flood for the first time is like an upsetting experience, because you literally see all these characters that you've spent a whole entire game like defending and fighting alongside get just immediately eviscerated, and then you start to realize now you gotta kill them.
Yeah. But do you remember our math teacher brought? You might not have been in school that day, but it was towards the end of the year. The math teacher.
No, I remember
Halo.
that.
Oh,
brought in
okay.
Halo 3, yeah. That was so fucking cool.
Which, by the way, like, the multiplayer really isn't as M-rated as like the storyline, but
oh yeah, it's an arena shooter. It's just.
But he
fun.
also was like, he was a common sense guy. Like, he knew like, okay, these are like 13, 14-year-olds. Like, they can handle this. They can handle playing a game that's a little bit more edgy. And also, like, the climate is so different now. There's no way that a cool teacher could get away with that these days. They'd probably be a fucking news. They'd be a fucking news story.
You'd always have that fucking narc, like, principal's pet kid too.
You know, like okay, like, but also it's a double standard. Oh, you know, the teacher that probably brought in Halo would get fired, but then the teacher that like brainwashes a kid to get like gender reassignment surgery gets the fucking merit award. You know what I mean? Isn't it such a fucked up world we live in?
Then forever, for whatever reason, that teacher is really close with that kid until he turns 18.
Oh. Well, it is. You know what? You know, people like make the remarks about like the Catholic priests. But, like, any job where like people interact with kids, like, it's not to say obviously most people are not bad apples, but there are people in professions that are bad apples.
There are people who get into professions for the wrong fucking reasons.
Yeah. Wait, you're telling me that the guy that has pedophilic feelings that gets into public school is probably I'm
a pedophile. You're the monster. I fuck that article too.
That's like a fucking Klansman.
You
going to
know
look
what?
for a
Like, I
black
don't even
shirt.
need to look it up because I'm pretty sure that motherfucker
Was
is
that
in prison.
Vice? Was that Vice that did that?
That was either Daily Mail or Vice.
Rest in peace, Vice. By the way,
No,
like
fucking
that's
rest
such
in fire.
that's such a sad decline though, because like back in the day, Vice was a pretty cool site, and they just fucking bit it hard, and they just brought in a bunch of freaks, and they shot Gavin McInnes in the back. And look, Gavin McInnes has like, look at, I don't agree with everything Gavin McInnes says. He's kind of a fucking
kind of a
loud
cocksucker and a retard.
He's got some good points every now and again. He's retarded, especially when it comes to like video games. He's really fucking retarded. But, like,
Well, it's like how Noel, like he'll have like really good takes about like some stuff, but then he'll like kowtow to like some basic bitch opinions, and he's one of these ones who is like, no matter what it is, all animes for pedophiles, and that just like really sets me the fuck off, because it's like, why do you have to be so stupid on some stuff and be so common sense on other stuff? Like, what the fuck is wrong with your head sometimes?
That's how I feel about God. He was what is his name? Jack Posibic. He's a commentator, and whenever he said something like that about anime, but then he actually watched a Studio Ghibli film and kind of took it back a little bit. But he'll say some stupid shit about something, and I'll just say, "Oh yeah, the guy's Polish."
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, it's like, it's that
you
unfortunate...
can't joke about that anymore, too. Like, you can make fun of me for being French or German. You could fucking roast me, or even like the little bit of Mick in me. You could make fun of that shit.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm
why
an Irish
can't we make
fucking dickhead?
you fucking drunken Mick? You call me a fucking German Nazi gold fucking piece of shit. Like, that's how people banter. Why, like,
Yeah.
you know what? And that's what all these Zoomers should go to fucking real guy barber shop, because that's how they talk. They put like, obviously they don't say really extreme shit if they don't know somebody. Like,
Yeah, if you don't know a motherfucker and he comes out the like woodwork and calls you a fucking cheese smelling like fucking like dog fucker or some shit, yeah, you have an obligated right to like fucking kick his ass. But if it's like a buddy and he's like, "Ah, you fucking like Frenchie, retreating Frenchie, fucking feet smell like cheese Frenchie," like
fucking crawl on the ground.
Like,
Remember what
that's a
that
little bit
Renaissance guy
different.
said about the French? What did he say? They fucking crawl and they suck on doorknobs because it reminds him. But like, yeah, it's like the scene in Gran Torino though. Like, barbershops are like that. Not maybe as vocal.
Like,
like
legit, like the kid stepped out of line and fucked up, but then he made an ass out of himself, and like the mood switched again. Everybody was just cracking up laughing.
Yeah.
I forget what made like what. Do you remember what he said that made the barber grab a shotgun?
Hey, you fucking giddy cocksucker, give me a fucking hit. Something like that. Like something very like you gotta know somebody before you gotta be buds with someone before you can fucking insult them like that.
Yeah,
But-
then he's like, like Clint Eastwood gives him another chance, and like immediately the kid was like, fucking, my ass is sore, and it's like everybody just starts giggling, laughing.
Which, by the way, not to be racial, but like back in 2007, it was like a fucking nerdy Korean kid was the only kind of kid that was that socially awkward enough.
Yeah.
Where nowadays that kid.
Like, I'm sad that kid tried to come back and be like, the movie was racist, I want money, the movie was horrible, it was like objectifying, I want money. Did you hear about that? The kid tried to come back and say, doing Gran Turismo was so demeaning, and it's like, you were part of something honestly
Gran
great. And the fact that
friend,
you like,
not Gran Torino, not Gran Turismo.
I said Torino.
I thought you said Turismo. That'd be fucking
Yeah,
hilarious.
the fucking the fucking kid with the I can't remember. I love the
David Harbour.
Yeah, he's the guy from Never Back Down, right? He plays the one guy that Star Wars fights. in the beginning
Sure.
when he grabs
Yeah.
the ball.
Listen, Fred,
Are we
I'm
talking about
fucking-
two different people?
No, I don't know. Let me just make. This
I'm
point.
talking about the guy who plays the kid's father.
Oh,
What's
yeah.
his name? David Harbour he played
The
Santa
Crow.
Claus, I think.
Yeah.
That was a fun movie. What
Listen,
is
let
his
me-
name? What is his name?
The black dude.
Yeah, he was super good and Never Back Down. You ever see that movie?
I've heard of it.
It
The
was
worth
like
of
when
view?
when MMA was like first getting getting its feet on the ground. It was like this edgy like Fight Club style movie. It's super fun.
I really hope MMA doesn't get more commercialized because it's already starting to show some of its. It's already
Well,
starting to. It's already starting to fall into some of the issues that boxing fell into.
Well, unfortunately, UFC is owned by the cartels.
That's well.
Pride was owned by the Yakuza. Boxing's owned by the Italians and the Irish.
Because that Strickland, and I know there's been some suspect calls, but that Strickland fight, that was.
Oh, you thought Strickland won too?
Of course.
I legit thought he fucking won.
Now the other guy was a great fighter, and he won 2 rounds, but Strickland won 3. There's
Yeah.
no way to deny that Strickland won 3.
They wanted to give like Duplessis the best. I think they're trying to like manufacture how the fucking light heavyweight belt was like tossed around like back and forth back in the day, because early MMA like it was actually like a miracle if like a champion held on to the belt for more than like 2 or 3 title defenses.
Yeah.
God. Hope eventually
I
we get
honest-
to see a new version of like Chuck Liddell. That man was like a workhorse.
Well, what I think I like UFC fights, but I think that we need more competition in MMA, because there's that other fucking thing I don't even know the name of, and I probably am gonna get shit on because I don't know the name of it. It's the one that what is it, Bellator? That the
Bellator, yeah.
Bellator.
There's some
Like-
pretty decent fight. In fact, next week, Michael Venom Page, he's a fucking asshole, but he's a really good fighter. He's actually coming to UFC, the next UFC event, the one I invited you to on the 9th.
Yeah,
Yeah, better show up for that one. That's gonna be a hell of a night.
I think I will.
But like, as say what you were gonna say about Bellator.
But the problem is, like, those fighters don't get exposure until they end up in the UFC, even if they're a really good fighter.
Yeah.
They just and it's sad because
And then
you know,
you
like
have
the
like
box-
you have like you have K1, you have Ryzen. Like, unfortunately, those don't get enough exposure sometimes. You have M1.
yeah. Well, it's because Dana White is look, and he's an asshole, but he's also a very savvy business
Yeah.
like,
Well,
and he's managed.
he is given like all access to like UFC to pretty much anywhere you can watch it. Like, it's a lot harder to find these obscure like ones without looking up like streams online and stuff.
And it's UFC is a money making machine, which also when you don't pay your fighters enough, it's you know
It is depressing.
And I look at I understand you want to keep your fighters hungry, but like this is a combat sport, you fucking fat bald cocksucker. And I don't like Jake Paul, but you know what? Good on him when he called you out for not paying your fighters enough. You know, somebody that's getting their head kicked in should get more than $5,000 because they can't do that more than.
The biggest issue is like some of the fighters who make the fucking most, like sometimes like after they start making that big dollar amount, you all of a sudden see them stop fighting.
Well,
and they're
here-
just like
here.
raking in the dough like fucking Roy Gregor.
But not to sound like a fucking like socialist, but like give your fucking fighters a living wage, so that if something happens where they get injured and like they fight long enough, they should get some type of fighter's pension because they brought in views. If they do like 10 fights, then they should get some type of royalty and some type of fucking assurance because they're putting their bodies through fucking hell.
Oh
Like
yeah.
they can train to handle these fights, but even the most fucking nimble, punch avoiding fighter is gonna have some type of fucking health repercussion, even if it's mild. That should be taken care of, and you shouldn't leave them out to the dust. You know, that's why boxing got fucking controversial, because you had these fighters with fucking brain injuries 20 years down the line, and Dana White is probably gonna be he's gonna be fucking either dead or retired when that shit happens, and then it's gonna be someone else's problem because he's a fucking money grubbing cocksucker.
Yeah.
You know, like football players get $3 to $4 million per year on average for playing a sport that is dangerous, but compared to MMA, there's, you know, it's
Yeah.
they're both dangerous contact sports, but MMA, you have a higher chance of getting seriously injured. Like in football, yes, the injuries happen, but they're usually like muscle injuries. I mean, although there is the head injuries now, but like with MMA, head injuries are basically a guarantee. Like there's, you know, so
Plus, you have guys torquing on your fucking vertebrae, like torquing on your shoulders, your knees, your ankles. Like they're choking you out, like asphyxiation, like. Not to mention, like it's a pretty low percentage, but anytime like you pass out or get knocked out, there's like a fucking, I want to say it's like a 0.5. This isn't a metric I know off the top of my head, so don't quote me if I'm wrong. But there's like a 0.5% chance that when you get knocked out, that your brain will just shut off and you die.
yeah, or you'll basically have a stroke.
Yeah, that too. That's why CTE is such a big issue. Like prolonged, beatings on the head is eventually going to create some sort of brain damage.
Chris Benoit.
Tomorrow on Raw, I will do the unthinkable.
Oh no!
It's fucked up to joke about that in retrospect, but Jesus fucking Christ, the writing was on the wall.
You know, the worst Chris Chan fucking video on well, his worst thing isn't on camera, but like the worst thing on camera was when he was talking about the Nazis in Equestria, and he said somebody paid him because it was those people, that was the IDEA guys, the ones that were brainwashing him like in 2017 and 2018. One of those assholes that were like brainwashing Chris, they had him say, my favorite fighter is Chris Benoit, and Chris Chan is fucking tearing apart a Christmas tree.
Oh boy.
I put that in one of our videos, like when we used to do our fucking rant videos on the channel.
Oh,
those are nicely edited.
The videos of yesteryear.
Well, I'm slowly putting some of them back up. Like I put the WiiWare ones we did back up. It's just
Well, some of those are just like legitimately fun.
they are.
Like I said, like no matter what kind of off the wall shit I say, past, present, or future, like I honestly think it's a magical thing to have something preserved on the internet. That's why I really don't think like videos should be just outright deleted, and I don't think like no matter how shitty the creator is, I don't think like people should be ousted from the internet like fucking Leafy or J-Station, because like you kind of want to see where the fucking bottom is, and like literally like if you
Is
think
Leafy
about it,
still online? Is he still a thing, Leafy?
he's definitely not allowed on YouTube anymore. But like as I was saying, like you definitely want to see where the fucking bottom is at the end of the day, and like even with Leafy and Chase Station gone, in my opinion, I don't really think like the reason Leafy got banned was all that good of a reason. But like legit, they just got replaced by a bigger fish. They just got replaced by worse fucking people.
I'm gonna hide in a corner. I have to run to the restroom.
Okay.
It is a 5 o'clock fire. I will be right back. I'll be quicker than I was last time.
Okay.
But I have to. If I don't go, Fred, there's gonna be a fucking.
Go before you piss your
back.
pants. Hello, chat. How are you doing today? Hanging out with the robots? Hanging out with the grease stains on the wall? Hanging out with the drippage from the ceiling? I do honestly love the Flood as an enemy. Like, there's such an interesting sort of, like, biomass thing variant. Like, I love the idea of an enemy that you cannot necessarily predict, who can just infect any one of your comrades and turn them into an enemy. I just fucking hate this level, though. It lasts so long. When did we start this level? It's literally been... I want to say, like, we started this level at, like, 2 hours and 10 minutes into the stream, and it's now, like, 3 hours and 40 minutes. So we've been on this level for about an hour and a half. Like, God, this level lasts so long. Let me actually see. Is there a... Oh, God, is there a way to see how long we've been playing this level? Oh, no. That's new graphics. I actually don't mind the new graphics. How do I do this? Nope. Yeah, there's no way for me to look at the time. Original Halo was so good. Honestly, like 1, 2, 3, even 4, even though it got a little hanky, like I will always treasure like Halo as a medium. I kind of wish it ended at 4. I've heard Infinite is good, but I haven't been able to bring myself to play it because of all the fucked up shit that happened after release. But like 5 was just such a missed opportunity. And the fact that they used like fucking fan bait to get people back into the franchise and just added the fucking Doom grappling hook into Infinite, I don't know. I can't trust that at face value. Call me a cynic, but
No, you're not a cynic.
I don't know. I
4
just feel like they just put a bunch of good things from other games into the game and used like the old style like Mjolnir armor just to like say, "Hey guys, we're going back to our roots. Trust us."
Well, 4 felt like a very solid game where they were trying to find their footing, and like it had a great campaign, but like the fucking multiplayer was a little bit lacking. It wasn't bad, but it was a little bit lacking. It didn't have the same level of modes and shit at launch as 3 or Reach, but it was a good game. And then, but 5 was like, oh, we're gonna fix all the problems. We're gonna, and like the hype.
The only thing I liked about 5 was the big ol' like the big map battle, but even that was filled with sweaty tryhards that fucking ruined the game mode.
And then those fucking stupid ass rec packs, which is like this is like
don't even get me started.
Like Infinite, at least all of their fucking microtransactions are cosmetics, which is kind of gay that you have to fucking pay money for things that used to be like free. But at the same time, like, yeah, no, I can completely respect not like getting a game because you've been burnt. Like I will say, Infinite is a much better Halo game than 5, and like.
But even that, they fucked up the fucking multiplayer.
Well, yeah. Now the biggest problem I had with Infinite was that it took them. And I play it, but like the biggest problem I had, like, and I was very critical of it at times because it took them 2.5 years to bring the content that should have been there at launch. Now I will say the Forge mode's amazing. Like it's allowed these modders to save the game, at least somewhat. But like, yeah, no, I like 343 really should. Like, either they need a restructure because they clearly have talented people there. Like, nobody's denying that. There's talented people that work there. But whoever's like,
you want to know what I think their biggest issue is? That they fall into the same trap that like what Call of Duty's trying to do right now. They keep trying to recapture the lightning in a bottle when they should really just focus on making something good.
which is what they did with 4. Like that's why 4 was far from
Yeah,
perfect.
4
It's still
they
a good
definitely
game.
they tried something unique. They tried something different, and it was actually an all right direction for the series. Like it humanized like Chief, who like wasn't this like unthinking, uncaring robot, but like they actually like gave him like a character arc that was other than like, hey, all my friends and comrades are fucking dead. On to the next battle.
It was almost guts like what they did to Chief in 4. It was almost like someone that was like still like clearly still had some humanity, but just like it was so like downtrodden, like down this path of despair. But then like it wasn't until like the thing that made him, the thing that kept him, once the thing that finally like kept him somewhat human died, like he actually started to regain his humanity at the end of the game. You kind of see that he was starting to realize that he was human, and he takes his armor off in a very dramatic way. And then 5, like it's clear that they had the germ of a good idea there, like Chief like going rogue, but like they did it in such a fucking stupid gay way.
Like, I don't know what happened between release and the trailers, but they
Like, the
literally
marketing
took
was insane.
the entire like concept of like the trailers and threw it out. Now, I thought it was a little silly that like Chief in his like new, I really don't think they should have switched up the armor until after 4, but hey, they wanted new armor design, so they got one.
Yeah.
It would have been a little cooler if it was like you played the first initial portion of the game in like the Mjolnir 5 and then got the new like Spartan armor. That would have been neat.
For
Like,
4,
Chief, you're gonna need an upgrade. We got this new variant of your old armor. Don't worry, it's back to basics, but it's just what you need right now to give you an edge on the Covenant. But like, they didn't do something like that. They were just like, inexplicably, Chief has new armor. But like, back to what I was saying about the trailers for 5, it was a little silly that they had him wearing a fucking like cloak in the opening. And like, didn't like it was very Destiny. Like the thing he was standing in front of, it almost looked like he was standing in front of the Traveler from Destiny.
yeah, it
was very bizarre. But the 2 trailers that made everybody so excited was like the trailers of Spartan Locke walking up on a wounded Chief, like fucking shitting on him for being like the conquering hero and a hypocrite, and then like Chief walking up on an injured Spartan Locke shitting on him for being a fucking company man like hitman. Those were so fucking cool. And they threw those out.
Yeah. Well, they also
probably because the initial like game plan was they were gonna pull a Gears 5 and like kill off either Chief or Locke depending on your decisions, but then they realized that would completely fuck up the possibility of a sequel. Much like what Gears is doing right now, just in fucking limbo, because they not only like killed the franchise's mojo by creating some of the most unlikable fucking characters on the universe, but also like taking like a character arc and making it fucking meaningless one game after.
Oh yeah.
It took them 3 games and damn near like 2/3 of the like 3rd game in the series to finally kill off Dom, and it meant something.
Yeah.
They waited until the 2nd game in their fucking like probably planned trilogy to like just murder 2 characters who you barely even got a like frame of reference on, other than they were kind of likable but kind of tool bags.
Yeah, and also let's kill off the son of the main protagonist potentially. From
Well, the
fucking
thing
previous...
that kind of got my goat is like, I remember there was a moment in 4 where they actually did begin to take things seriously, but when Jack asked me, "Hey, Fred, so is there like a moment when these guys like come up against something and they actually have to say, okay, enough of the quips, we're in a fucked up situation?" And I honestly could not tell him when that moment was in the game.
In 4?
In 4.
Yeah.
Because it
4...
takes so long to get to that point.
4, well, I would say that Gears 4 was worse for Gears than Halo 4 was for Halo, but they're kind of similar in that they like try to keep the energy of the previous games alive, but to some degree they failed. But I'd say Halo 4 was much better at what it did than Gears 4. But Gears 4 is not a bad game, but like you said, it kind of worked in that MCU fucking humor where everything had to be a fucking gag reel. But 5...
Well, it's like one of the ones that made me groan, and like Jack, as we were playing it, was like, you forgot about that one, was like the specifically, like for some reason, this is what tripped me out. Like they established that on Sarah there were kings and queens at one point. Yeah. And you come into a tomb, and like you see a giant statue, and it's like you remember how you said that there were kings and queens at one point? Well, I'm no expert, but I'd say that's a tomb for a king. Great. Thanks, Captain Obvious. Was that supposed to mean something, or were you just stating that just so we know you're stupid?
You know what it felt like, Gears 4? It felt like a game that left like things that should have been on a cutting room floor, like in terms of the dialogue, were brought in. We're like Gears 5.
Honestly, I was kind of disappointed that they brought the Locust back.
Yeah, well, the problem is when you have like a series where you're trying to bring its glory days, and like that's the one thing Halo 4 did right, was introducing the fucking Didact. Which, like, the follow-up of 4 should have been another Forerunner fucking adversary along with, like, Forerunner allies. Like, that would have made way more sense than what they did with 5, where you have basically Cortana taking control of a fucking Forerunner construct, which is retarded.
Well,
like,
I'm glad they resisted the urge to bring the Flood back. They needed to, like, really establish, though, why this fringe group of Covenant had so many fucking members. Because it's like the new Star Wars. Why, after like defeating one of the greatest enemies of the entire like galaxy, are they back stronger than ever? The same way, the same iconography, but why are they back stronger?
Yeah.
If anything, it could have like gone back to the roots of like subterfuge, like that was one of the clever things that the prequels did. Palpatine literally had to try to make a proxy fucking conflict to create unrest in the populace, to make it so he could easily wipe out the Jedi without like having much pushback.
See, Fred, you have a brilliant idea there. That's a plot hole from 4 that could have been addressed in 5 and made it retroactively make sense. But the problem is, like, that's when you have bad writing.
Well, you know what would have been cooler? If like you played the whole entire opening section of 4 and you were just trying to prevent the ship from breaking up on re-entry. So many people who've played Halo and who have bought the new Halo game know what Halo is. They know what an FPS is. They can play a brand new FPS. You don't have to spend the opening hour shooting, but you could have ran around the ship, like being taught the controls while trying to make sure your ship didn't break up on re-entry. Then you got revealed to the Prometheans, who are the new enemy type. And then, little by little, you start seeing Covenant ships show up. But there's something wrong. They're not hailing your calls. They're not responding to any information you're giving them. And then you realize that's the fringe portion. There are these guys who are trying to get in bed with the Prometheans to recreate the glory days of the Covenant out of fucking spite. They're revealing this world-ending, possibly galactic threat because they are pissed off at Chief for pretty much, with the Arbiter, single-handedly taking down the entire zealotry of the Covenant. That would have been cool.
I agree, but I think that they just put the Covenant in there for the purpose of set design. I agree with you. Yeah. And that would be a bigger plot hole if the Covenant was the primary enemy of that game, but the primary enemy was the Didact, which is what kills me about 4's story, which yes, it is, I do agree, like that would have been a much cooler introduction.
Yeah, if the reveal was like, instead of like it being, oh, you're fighting the Covenant again, and oh, all of a sudden there's some Prometheans. Instead, just save the reveal of the Covenant being an enemy until later. Like, have it be like a situation with Fear.
But I do think that the
Assault Recon, you're fighting an entire battalion of like psychic super soldiers.
But if you remember, at the end of 3, if you beat it on Legendary, they did kind of hint at the like marathon planet. So I think they were trying to quickly establish the story beats, which yes, it would have been. I would have appreciated that slower burn, but you know, yes, the Covenant, the size of the Covenant, the Covenant fringe group being such a quick part of the story definitely was a plot hole. And like you said, if they could have done
pretty much every other mission, you're either fighting the Covenant or fighting a mix of Prometheans and the Covenant. It would have been a lot cooler if like every single conflict was either Prometheans or Covenant mixed in with Prometheans, instead of like entire levels where you had to fight the Covenant again.
But they do kind of work that in with the Didacts. Like
they do a little bit. Yeah.
But my point is, like, okay, yes, the Covenant plot hole exists. There could have been ways for them to better introduce it.
I'm not saying that they did it the wrong way. They could have done it better.
Right, you're making a video essay. I appreciate it, but no, it's okay. I agree that the Covenant could have been better explained. They could have done more with the plot. Just like, you know, they could have fucking made this level less fucking repetitive. But my biggest problem is
I'm getting annoyed too.
they introduced whatever, you know, like plot holes aside, Halo 4 introduced a very compelling new threat. They introduced a very compelling new threat that ties in to the lore that really big Halo fans were aware of with the Forerunner, and then they made a really good spin-off novel about the Didact, which kind of not justifies what he does, but kind of gives you his viewpoint. Like they had a brilliant gem of an idea. And like 5 could fix some of the plot holes. Like 4's not perfect, you're right, it has fucking plot holes. But the problem is 5 basically makes okay. Well, 4's problem is that they make the Covenant into basically a gameplay mechanic, right?
Yeah.
They and I agree with that. But at the same time, they present us with a very compelling new threat. And yes, they probably could have given us better exposition, but the Didact was a very compelling new threat, and also the fact that they gave us the Librarian finally. Like this thing that was talked about in the earlier Halo games and also really important in the lore, they give us that. Right? Now, what the problem that 5 does is, it takes the same flawed 4 storyline, like you've said. The problem is, it makes the much more compelling threat of the Forerunner into a game design thing, and then it makes the real enemy your companion from the first 4 games, and then the entire cool Covenant.
Oh yeah, that was a kick in the dick.
Which, by the way, the best compelling part of the storyline was the Sangheili Civil War, which was basically like a little portion of the game.
Yeah, it was
that
like
was
2-3 levels. It was barely even in the game. It was blink and you miss it.
That's literally like if I was to ever go back to Halo 5, that's probably the only levels I would enjoy replaying would be the Sangheili Civil War one, because that actually feels...
The one thing that upset me though is literally the game admits and implies in trailers and in game that Spartan Locke tried to fucking kill the Arbiter on Oni's orders, and they bring it up and then they fucking drop it immediately. And
Now
it's like, you could have done so much with that.
You know what it would have been really interesting, though? Because I actually am thinking about your idea, and I kind of like it. What would have been an interesting thing for them to do with 4, what if you were like... You remember, I know that Del Rio's kind of haunted that game, but
Yeah.
what if it was like... What if it was right after that scene where Chief's basically in the brig and has to escape? Like, what if that was like the opening mission, and then you had to like... And I know that that's kind of cheesy to do that, but that would have been a kind of cool thing to like actually start out with like Chief like getting shit canned, and then like, oh, okay, why is he in this situation? Because the other thing too is like the Halsey cutscene, that like it's a cool cutscene with like Halsey explaining the Spartans, but like that should have been like a mid-story cutscene with Halsey.
Oh, speaking of fucking Halsey and drop plot points, remember how Spartan Ops like ends literally implying that Halsey's gonna be a bad guy in the next game, and they immediately drop it just to have her get rescued in the beginning of the fucking 5th game? Oh my god!
Which, by the way, you know how they could have fixed the Covenant plot hole in fucking 4 a little bit? Is if in 5 they had done the Banished that they had done in Halo Infinite, and then they had said, oh, this was the Banished before the Brutes came back in, and then the Brutes came in and took that group and made them into the Banished. But they don't think, Fred. Look at you and I, especially you, because you fucking rewrote.
You can still have the fucking like Civil War in the 5th game. Just set it up better.
They could have done so much. But like the problem is, once again, 4 got its flaws, but it still delivers a compelling story. And by the way, the most compelling part was the fact that your fucking companion of 4 games dies at the end of the game.
Yeah.
And that should have been it. It was a perfect death. It was meaningful, it was emotional, and it felt like something that was actually a subversion of like what you might have expected, because usually Chief wins. But in this case, he did win in saving humanity again, but he also finally lost something, and his humanity actually showed.
In every game, like, Chief kind of loses something. Except for...
Johnson.
Well, actually, yeah, like, in 2, like, in 1, he loses his entire, like, group of, like, comrades. Like, in 2, he loses Cortana. In 3, he loses Johnson, but he gets Cortana back, but then he's fucking stuck in butt-fucking outer space.
And then 4, he loses Cortana for real. Then 5, it's like, nah, psych!
She's the bad guy now! She's gonna quip out, like...
This level is such bullshit.
She's gonna quip at my boy Buck, my poor bouncing brethren baby boy Buck, and make fun of him for being old.
You really should, though, Fred. I gotta tell you, you should do like what if videos. Like, I'm not pulling your leg. Like,
well, no, like me and Jack bounce like what ifs back and forth all the time, and it's like
guys need to do a
we
series
always
of this
like
shit.
bounce back and forth. Like, how could have this been better? Like, what if we did something in this universe and like stuff like that? And like legit, like every single time we just get done like talking with each other, just stunned, and it's like. You know, this is why they'll never hire us in fucking Hollywood. It's because we have too much of a brain.
Listen, what if Spider-Man 2 started out and Mary Jane Watson didn't look like a fucking male prize fighter?
Oh, okay. Here's a new one. What if Mary Jane was black? Oh god, they already did that.
Are you talking about the live action fucking? What's her name? Zendaya.
It's fucking redhead erasure. I've accepted it now.
Oh
I'm
God.
not gonna like it, and I'm not gonna accept it like wholeheartedly. But they're just gonna keep doing it. So what can I fucking do?
I'm sorry. Like she's
Zendaya's a fucking weirdo. Plus,
Well,
plus she was a Disney star, so good God, I feel bad for her because she had to deal with probably some fucking sick shit to get into Hollywood.
but also I'm not saying that she's like ugly, but she's not like a bombshell. So I don't understand like
Well,
how
it's like she tries to like put herself out as like this. This is talking shit on a celebrity we don't even know. We are well aware of that, but it's like she tries to put herself out there as like this alternative gal, and it's like, it's just you're just fucking annoying. Just accept that you're an annoying weirdo. Like you'd be a lot more likable in interviews if you're just like, yeah, I'm just weird.
I don't know. I don't know how to phrase that. But like then at the same time you got like fucking
She's a
Amber Turd.
solid 6.
Yeah. Like she's not unappealing. Like I would if she's like, "Hey, would you like to bang me?" I'd be like, "Sure." But at the same
The
time,
problem is, I
you know,
know I'd wake up and there'd be like a fucking cut in my like back where my kidney used to be because she had stolen it and stuck out the back with a Coors Light fucking cooler with my kidney inside of it.
she fucking ate it. You know, she didn't have a cooler. She fucking
No, she's just standing in the fucking windowsill like a fucking vampire, just like hissing and growling at me as she dives out into the black. So
Oh,
I
God.
thought we were meant to be together.
Fred, listen, we're fucking canceled. We fucking said too much. We said not enough. We said just enough.
I think I'm gonna get a knock on the door, and I'm gonna open it, and I'm either gonna catch a bullet or catch a Mary Johnson Jackson woman in my arms.
So we got 3 levels left. Let's just give people a preview. We've got 2 betrayals, which I would say is a very it's not as bad as the library, but it does drag on once again, sort of like the library does, but it's fine. Then I'd say Keys is an excellent level, and it's also
Keys is
probably
a really great level.
and the Keys and the Ma are both very solid levels.
Raymond,
Yes.
you have 4 Spartan kills.
I know. We were in the middle of ranting.
To be fair, I don't even remember when you shot me in the back.
Oh no, I can tell you each one of them, and it involved the same weapon.
The shotgun.
No, absolutely not, sir. I will tell you.
Grenades.
This was not, and by the way, I know with 4 it kind of seems like it might have been deliberate. I swear that it wasn't. It was, though, the result of plasma grenades.
Oh, you stuck me.
Inadvertently.
Inadvertently. You saw me running into the fray, and you thought, I can get a few kills like this. You ready to stop it for tonight, though?
I am. I'm otherwise I'm gonna go AWOL. Here's an idea, though. I'll tell you, like, if you ever do find yourself playing Infinite, I think you're gonna find yourself doing more what ifs than you could ever.
Well, it's like,
because the problem with Infinite is
I am sure I would enjoy Infinite. The problem is I'm so sore knowing what Infinite caused and knowing what the greater Halo series could have been. And it's like, I'm sure Infinite's probably going to be the last Halo anything we get, which almost is heartbreaking.
It's definitely going to be the last Halo we get
Because
for a
it
long
ended
time.
on such like an okay note.
The problem is Halo 5, like, the problem is every, like, upcoming generation had a Halo game that they could, like, fucking attach themselves to. Like, people in their fucking early to mid-30s grew up with Halo 1, even going into their 40s. People in their, like, mid to late 20s like us. We grew up with like Halo 2 and 3. Those were our big fucking Halos, and then we got the later games. And then kids that are like, well, not kids, but like guys that are in their like early 20s, like Reach was probably their big Halo game. And then
Yeah.
kids that are like in their like like maybe kids that are like in like high school seniors, they grew up with like Halo fucking 4, you know. Um, but then the problem is like all the kids that had Halo 5 were probably like, this shit sucks. And like Infinite got like the problem like here's the thing about Infinite. Most of the people that played Infinite Infinite were Halo fans from earlier games that like were
Yeah.
burnt by 5, but then they're like, all right, I'll give it another shot. And they played it, and that's like the entire fan base. It's not like unfortunately, it's not a game that's drawing in the Zoomers, which that's a problem of the Zoomers too. Which once again, Halo Infinite's like burnt people and it's got its flaws. But let me tell you something: in a world where Fortnite exists, the fact that that's more popular than like a game that yes is flawed, but at least is a
Yeah.
good game, like it still grinds my gears. How does a game, Fred? And I actually am a little bit of a hypocrite because I did download Fortnite for the fucking Lego mode. I didn't give them a goddamn penny, but I did download it for the Fortnite mode or the Lego mode. But like I actually did try an actual Fortnite match when I had done that. It, and this is someone that always knew I wouldn't like it, but then it became very clear like I just don't get it. Like the Lego mode was fun, but like the actual like baseline Fortnite game, I am sorry, I just don't get it. I don't understand the appeal. It seems like a hodgepodge of like things from games that are much better than it is.
Yeah.
I don't understand, and maybe it's just I'm a jaded old prick, but I just don't get it. And there are games that have taken off that I get. Like I get Power World's popularity.
Yeah.
I'm not a fucking cynical asshole. I get why that's popular. I get why Helldivers is popular. Like those are games that Zoomers are fucking playing. I don't fucking get Fortnite. I don't even get fucking Overwatch anymore. And that's a game that I tolerated for the first couple of years because there was better games than fucking Overwatch. But the first couple of years it was pretty fun. It was a fun little fucking shooter. But I
Mhm.
don't get it anymore. I tried to. I can't get into that shit. I don't know what is the appeal of these modern games? What is the appeal of even fucking Valorant or Apex Legends? By the way, Apex Legends probably has good gameplay because it's by the people that did Titanfall 2. But guess what they're doing? They're supporting a fucking perpetual live service game instead of supporting what made them popular. Titanfall 2 probably has as many players as a fucking as Apex gets, but they support Apex because they mount fucking Zoomers that give them their fucking parents' credit cards so they can play their fucking arena shooter. If you want a good arena shooter, go play Unreal Tournament 3. Go fucking buy a vintage PC and play that shit. You can run it on a fucking toaster. You don't have to go and pay $200 in microtransactions with these stupid battle passes, which, by the way, not to suck off Halo Infinite, but I will say they have those stupid ass battle passes, but at least you can keep them active. It doesn't.
Yeah.
There's no like expiration date. It's fucking stupid. I don't like that you have to pay for them, but you never lose out on them. Where like, from what I understand, when you buy a battle pass in Fortnite, if you don't unlock everything by the end of the period, you lose out. So you're literally
Yeah.
paying money for something that you don't actually win. And this is the problem, not to keep going on a fucking rant. This is the fucking problem with these people that want everything to go fully digital. Now, do I buy some games digitally? Yes. But I buy about 80% of my games physically because I know at the end of the day, anything I have that's in the cloud is not going to be there at some point. I don't give a shit, even if the regulations that I hope go through, because we do need regulations to protect our digital shit. I know at the end of the fucking day that these cocksuckers are going to take everything down and they're going to get rid of it. So all I could say to people, and this is something that Fred preaches even more than me and even stronger than me, but some random asshole like me will say the same thing, that you need to make sure that if it's something that you care about and you want to preserve, that you have a tangible fucking copy, or you have fucking 30,000 backups on your fucking hard drives instead of horse porn. That's my fucking rant.
Oh boy. What a
Listen,
night.
this is cathartic. I enjoyed this. We're gonna play this fucking soon. I don't know when. Maybe this week. I'm gonna fucking make a rant for YouTube. I think you've got me primed and fucking buttered up. But I gotta tell you one thing.
What's that?
Shane Gillis got invited back to Saturday Night Live, and I hope to God that he does not sell out. I hope that he holds their feet to fire. I hope that he goes in there and does what Dave Chappelle did the last time that he was hosting. And do you know what Dave Chappelle did, Fred? He gave them a monologue that he did not deliver. He wrote this very like PG monologue, and he went in there and he threw it out. And Lauren Michaels was shocked in the back of the fucking stage because he went after groups of people that you're not supposed to go after. They shitted bricks, but they had to keep going because it's Dave Chappelle. And look, at Shane Gillis is not a Dave Chappelle, but Shane Gillis, I respect you. You're kind of like a PG version of Sam Hyde, and you deserve to host that show while telling those people, fuck you for passing over me, but thank you for passing over me, because if I had signed up for your show, I wouldn't be a successful comedian. I'd be some dried out fucking liberal cocksucker that's feeding off in these fucking parasites. That's what I would say. And I'm sorry for ranting, but you got me riled. It's not you that's got me riled up. It's the situation. I'm going to tell you what, brother. We're going to play this game soon, and we're going to beat Gears 4. Not Gears 4. Fuck. We're going to beat Gears 3.
If we hate ourselves enough, we'll play Gears 4.
No. If we hate ourselves enough, we're going to play Gears fucking 5.
I'm getting disappointed how many games I've played that went from like 2-player to like 4-player co-op. All of a sudden they're back to 2-player co-op. I'm pretty sure that happened with Gears 4.
Listen, hire a bunch of trannies that are too busy taking their fucking hormones instead of fixing their programming, and then that's what you got. Do you have any final rants, Fred? Because I don't want to seem like
I think you like got your fucking. I think I aired out most of my shit like throughout the entire video. You had some pent up rage you had to get out at the end.
I couldn't, Fred. You spoke eloquently and angrily at times about the state of the industry and the state of humanity. And I had to give my little fucking cherry on top of this shit Sunday we call life at the end. And I'll tell you one more thing. I would rather go out with a channel where we're fucking honest about the situation with gaming and be seen as cynical assholes, even though we're really not. I'd rather have that be our fucking our YouTube highlights than to be some fucking phony baloney called in, sponsored by Raid Shadow fucking Legends, Dollar Shave Club, Inner Circle cocksuckers that feed often a certain segment of people that think that they're genuine and then show that they're phonies. All right, we know that there's plenty of phonies out there. We know that there's plenty of fucking loud cows in the making. Review Tech USA and go suck a dick, you fucking loud cow cocksucker. All right, that's my... There we go. We're calling somebody out. This is like old school fucking hip hop well, that was not that bad. Let me just make a disclaimer. It's not like old school hip hop, other than the fact that I'm calling somebody out.
Well, at the end of the day, I've slowly realized, like, even though like I'm a bit cynical, even though I can get a bit black pill on stuff, I like to hope, and like more often than not, I've kind of come to understand karma is a thing, and like these people like who are like in charge of all these things, ruining all these things, they're just starving themselves of oxygen. And the harder they preach and the louder they scream, like it's what's the quote? A lot of sound and fury, ultimately like meaning nothing.
Yeah.
And half the time these people just end up looking like even worse than they were like beforehand. Is the fact of the matter that like so many like new up and comers that are kind of on the fringes who do just like put themselves out there and they're like, I don't want to tell you how to think, I'm just telling you how I think. Take it with a grain of salt and think your own way. Like, I'll talk to you, I will like humor you, but at the end of the day, like, I'm just staking my claim. And I'm not gonna like try and morally grandstand. And I'm not gonna try and like cause like a bunch of fucking issues. I'm just gonna stay here and leave everybody else the fuck alone. And when I see some bullshit, I'm gonna call some bullshit. But like that being said, like I said, karma is a thing. And these people, like at the end of the day, they're gonna catch themselves like before anybody else catches them out. Like
Absolutely.
half the time, like anybody makes a big stink, it's because they're trying to hide some shit. It's disappointing and it's disheartening to like think about, but it is true. Like it's happened with Hassan, Vosh. It's happened with like Keemstar got caught for some bullshit quite a few times. Like Shadman back in the day, he was like the fucking edgelord everybody loved to like support, and then he fucking made some fucking questionable artwork like depicting Keemstar's actual fucking daughter, so fuck him for that. He's in prison now. Fuck him. Like seriously, just there are rules like to society that are easy to follow, but for some reason like a lot of people think they're exempt to it, and they end up like being their own worst enemy, which it's at the end of the day it's a self-correcting problem. Just like what was it? Jimmy Savile on his deathbed, he was like, "Oh, I found God. I hope I've done enough so I don't burn in hell." And it's like, motherfucker, you're gonna be burning in a hell of your own creation, and you're gonna fucking deserve it for all you did. And it's like, all these politicians, they're gonna get caught. All these Hollywood types who like have been backstabbing people for years, they're gonna get backstabbed, black bagged, and drowned. Every Epstein of the world is gonna be caught. Yep. It's just the problem is there's so many of them, and they never go away. But mark my words, they're not invincible. They always end up getting caught. Bad people have bad things happen to them. No matter how black-pilled you are, you just gotta believe that there is a brighter tomorrow. Like, these people are not invincible. They're human too.
Yeah. The problem is they
despicable sometimes.
they reject their humanity, yet they're nonetheless as susceptible as people that they prey often. And that's the thing to remember, that there is always hope. You know, people
so,
get
like,
into
it's always gradients. Like I'm never gonna like be like, oh, the person who ruined the games industry. How dare. He's lower than Phil. No, there's obviously people who are worse than that motherfucker. I'm just disappointed in the guy who fucks up the games industry. But it's the amount of spite. And like the fact that like at the end of the day, there's so many fucking layers of these people. There's the annoying fucking dickhead who goes on Twitter and spouts their political biases and just makes a nuisance of themselves. And it's like, yeah, you're fucking annoying. But like the moment they step up on that soapbox, I start sweating and I'm like, oh dear, oh God, where's the skeleton?
But you know what? At the end of the day, Darkside Phil is like a fucking nuclear cockroach.
How is that man so fucking bulletproof at this point? He has fucked up every business venture he has ever created for himself, and somehow like a cockroach, getting bombed on by every fat man and little boy, he just crawls from the fire and walks along.
Do you know why? He has no self-awareness whatsoever. He has none. Even someone like Boogie.
You know what? There's no way he's not self-aware.
Okay, deep in his subconscious, Phil might be self-aware, but I am telling you, he must do some like fucking liquid ocelot shit.
Honestly, there are several people on YouTube and on the greater internet and in like Hollywood, like media as a whole, who I would actually be like heartbroken and distraught if some bullshit came out about them that made them like lower than scum. Darkside Phil, I would actually shed a tear if like he ended up being like one of those people. Like one of these like people who everybody like saw and everybody recognized, not necessarily loved, but like if some bullshit came out about him where like he just like fucking evil beyond the point of return, like you can't fucking fix that, I would actually be like, man, that breaks my heart. Because he's such a fucking dweeb, and it's almost respectable, like how long-lived he is.
I think he's frankly an open book. I think even though he probably plays into it, I think what you see is what you get. Which is, look, he is a far from perfect individual, but like you said, unless something really bombshellish, unless there's a big bombshell that comes out, in comparison to some of the people we've discussed, like he is such a fucking minor nuisance in terms of his like bullshit. But yeah, look, I think this was a great stream. We've done nearly 4.5 hours. I gotta go piss again, but thank you, Fred. I really did appreciate our stream. I appreciate you letting me vent, but
Hey,
other than that, I think we'll be doing this again soon. But other than that, I gotta go piss and I gotta go see. I hope Shane Gillis fucking bitch slaps some people. I'll let you know if it's good. I'll send you a clip of it.
Hey, keep me posted, because that sounds like a whole lot of fun.
I
Because like
can't
a
wait.
lot of fucking comedians are doing that lately. Cat Williams, fucking Dave Chappelle, like. Oh man, like before Norm Macdonald like passed away, he was one of the biggest proponents of like showing these fucking socialites their ass.
Yeah, he got brought back to SNL after they fired him, and he did a pretty good job. So I hope we see something like that. But other than that, Godspeed. I am heading off. I gotta go piss. God
All
fucking
right.
speed, dude.
Peace out, everybody. Peace out.
Peace
Bye-bye.
out.